Well, hello, good morning, and welcome. You're watching live pictures of Stratos Lake, the home venue of the IWWF Europe and Africa U14 and U17 championships. And great to have you on board. We have a view there of the Stratos Lake facility, the Kilios River, which is all the way up the top of the screen as you watch this overhead drone side view of this facility. The Kilios River flows into Stratos Lake and then works its way down and then flows into the Kastraki reservoir, which feeds the local area, and then some, probably the largest reservoir in Greece. And because the water is moving somewhat, it means that that there doesn't need to be anything added to it to prevent a weed growth that could potentially end up in the prop or in the intake manifold of the boat, which is why the water is absolutely crystal clear. We'll see a lot of that during the course of the event, and actually, there's been some video taken from the drone which sees that clearer than most, and with boats running in synchronization from one end of the lake to the next. In the slalom event, we had two boats running side by side virtually, and it was a wonderful shot. And I hope we'll get the chance to replicate that one more time, or at least twice more. Always like to see that, as we fly on into the starting dock, which will be hosted to our first event of the day, which is U14 boys tricking in Series 3. We have 7 skiers lined up in that series. So we're going U14 boys tricks Series 3 to 1, then U17 slalom 3 to 1, then U14 girls slalom 2 to 1, and then U17 girls tricks 3 to 1. This is the prelim round, and for most of the events there is a top 12 advancement for our finalists, and the top 12 in each of the events advance through to the final, except in 1 or 2 instances where there are not enough competitors in the elimination round to advance. So, running our way level with the slalom course and going towards the rising sun in the east. The lake here, Stratos Lake, aligns itself east and west. And a wonderful opening shot there alongside the Kastraki reservoir. The Kastraki reservoir, I should say. And the Kilios River, which flows into Stratos Lake. And this facility hosts to a number of titled events over the last few seasons, and there'll be some more titled events coming down the pipe next year. Is the European U21s, followed by the European O35s, and then there's the possibility of taking on the world titled events, starting off with the U21 Worlds possibly in 2029. All right then, folks, that is setting the stage, and when we return, we will have the first of our boys Series 3 tricks, and all that to come and more in day 2 of action here at the European Youth Championships. All that to come right after this.
At Dana Marine, we make complex maritime operations safer, smarter, and more resilient. From marine assurance and emissions compliance to professional training and operational risk management, we combine engineering expertise, digital innovation, and global experience. Dana Marine.
All right, then. Welcome back to live and continuing coverage of this, the 2026 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Water Ski Championships. All right, there's our schedule of today. And we'll start off with these skiers, 7 of them. Gleb Smolic, followed by Mark Senko, both of those guys from Belarus. Then Ivan Kukaranek from Italy. Then Carl Arthur Andersen from Denmark. Georgios Limperopoulos from Greece. Etienne Baron from Great Britain. And Rasmus Niskavara from Finland. So, each skier, 2 20-second runs, and we've got our first one out on the water. 7:45 on the dot, maybe a minute early, but so let's have a look and see. Skiing into the rising sun, which is making it a little bit difficult for the drivers to get set up for a straight path. Gleb Smolic, who qualified for the boys' slalom final yesterday with a 12th position. Gleb Smolic from Belarus. Wake line 5 front. Recovering well there for the line back and line front. Seems to adapt well to that situation. Wake 5 back. Wake line back. Wake line. Oh, wake line back to back. Now this is a skier that I can get behind, certainly. Wake line back to back reverse. Still haven't seen a wake line back to back original regular motion trick yet, but this is the first time that I've seen the wake line 5 front performed in a while. Then foot in the back binding and going on the outside of the wake, finding smooth water there. Wake 5 front, positional to the back, wake 5 front, nicely done there. Wake 5 back, and then going in for the wake line back, and then performs this little maneuver right here. Wake line back to back reverse. That's probably the first time in about 10 or 15 years that I've actually seen that move performed. I've watched a bit of tricking in that time. Gleb Smolic. Okay, toe tricks coming back in on pass number 2. Keeping the flow going here. Toe back to back reverse. Toe. Oh, whoa! Hang on a second. Yes, he did, and I don't know whether that second toe out. That second toe would have scored because he was up against the clock there. No flips, but he had plenty of other tricks to work with. That is Gleb Smolic from Belarus, starting off with a toe wako, then a toe back and toe front, then reverse toe back and reverse toe front, just going through the basics, making sure that they're performed well. With the toe wake back and toe wake front. There's toe side reverse. By about here he's on 15 seconds right now. Toe back to back reverse. And taking his time before going into the toe O. And how he recovers this move, I do not know. Butt check the whole bit there. Reminiscent of the days of Patrice Martin, where he'll do that and do that a lot. I'm sure he probably doesn't appreciate me mentioning that, but there was certainly an instance in the '85 World Championship where he got into a little bit of difficulty with the Toho wrap in there, and was able to recover from that and continue tricking towards the world title. So that is Gleb Smolich, and already looks like we got a technical delay. So all right then. So as we're going through a delay right now, we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, Mark Senko takes to the water, second off the dock.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
For 30 years now, Canada's #1 water sports pro shop, Shuswap Ski and Board, has been supporting the sport they love through extensive athlete and event sponsorship, donations, and prizes. Having watched the best water ski action on the planet for years, the crew at Shuswap Ski and Board is now helping TWBC bring that amazing action to you. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shuswap Ski and Board online at shuswapsnb.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
Luxury means something different to everyone. A private island, a hidden villa, a journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, we take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
So here we go. We've got Mark Senko, also from Belarus, wearing bib number 32 and getting warmed up nicely with the tricks that he intends to perform. Looking like he's going to go for a wrapped step maneuver. Instead of the wake line 5 front, he's going to go with the wake line O. Nicely done there with the line back and line front, foot in the back binding, and now continuing on. There's the wake 5 front, positional, wake 5 front. Some surface back to back, wake line back to back. And there's the reverse, and going down on the reverse. So between two separate trickers, I've been able to see a wake line back-to-back reverse with the first one from Khlib Smolich, and Mark Senko throwing in a wake line back-to-back. A little bit of old school tricking style here, especially with the line tricks, with the line back and line front. Just snugly puts that back foot in. Positional with the wake 5 front. Now another positional because the truncated nature of both of those tricks. The reverse cannot be performed and linked in from one to the next without a positional trick thrown in the middle just for good measure. Wake line back to back. He gets that one, but the wake line back to back reverse, which is the more difficult one out of the two. Just trying to stay in the back for a little bit too long that time. And he's been plucked out of the water, and the boat making its way back towards the end of the lake as he gets ready for pass number 2. Okay, as we continue to rock on with this event. My name is Tony Lightfoot. Okay, coming in. Pass number 2, toe tricks. Oh, toe 5 front into wrap, toe out, toe straight back in, toe Waco. Now obviously been working on his toe tricks a lot more than his hands. So looking good out there. Knocks down that second pass and looking good in the process. So between Khlib Smolich and Mark Senko, between them both are tricking rather well. Now, for those of you that don't know how the Belarusians are trained so far as tricks are concerned, they learn most of their tricks, pretty much all of them, in a 50-meter long swimming pool over in Novopolotsk in Belarus. That enables them to be able to effectively control the pool at any given time, and helps develop their strength in the core and with the legs, notwithstanding the fact that the tricks themselves need individual work. So there we go. Toe side reverse. Toe wake back and toe wake front, and before he winds on in for the remaining tricks. And not a bad little effort there from Mark Senko. Okay, 3 skiers in. Ivan Kukronak from Italy. This is the U14 Boys Series 3. We've had 2 excellent trickers so far lead off the event. And the reason why the Belarusians are seeded early is because they essentially have no scores coming in. Khlib Smolich with 38.90. Khlib Smolich with 3,890. Steve Smolich is currently in the lead after two skiers with 38.90. And Ivan Kukronak from Italia wearing bib 91. Waco to start, high tempo. Certainly placing a high premium on being able to get height off the top of the weights without any shadow of a doubt. There's the step sequence. Little hop, skip and a jump there, surface O. And there you go, nicely done there. All within 20 seconds, I would imagine. So that is Ivan Kukronak of Italia. I'd imagine his parents were definitely born outside of Italy, and certainly not an Italian-sounding name by any stretch of the imagination. But aside from that, tricking rather well for his opening passes. So Ivan Kukronak, who trains over in Riceto in Italy. The host of last year's Elite Open World Water Ski Championships, and also this season, for the first time, the inaugural season of the Riceto Pro. And we're looking forward to covering that event next season, as well as the return possibly of the San Gervasio Pro-Am, and maybe one or two other events, either beginning of those series of two or afterwards. We're certainly looking forward to next season revisiting the Republic of Georgia for the Petit Pro. And the Petit Pro this season was the pro event which preceded the European Open Championships. For those of you that are just joining us, you are most certainly welcome to the U14 Boys Series 3 Elimination Round of Tricks as part of the 2026 IWWF E&A Youth Championships, Europe and Africa Youth Championships. We still got a whole bunch of elimination round action to come for the remainder of today and tomorrow, where it is going to be quite literally a jump fest tomorrow. Toe 7 front, Ivan Kukronak. He has been working hard with toe tricks. I mean, you can just tell. Toe wake back and toe front. Toe wake back to back. Toe wake front. Toe sides at the end. Yeah, absolutely. Knocking that pass down alongside the opening one as well. So he's put himself in the very best position that he can put himself in respect to making it through to the next round of the competition. So we've got a 12 skier final on the basis of what we see here with these three series of trickers. So between Phebe and Mark and Ivan, they're both knocking it out of the park with their tricks. So Ivan Kukronak trains over at the Parco Nautico de Cessia, certainly one of the top sites in all of the world. A multi-lake facility there, right outside the city of Novara. And using that advantage to great effect there. Toe 5 front, toe O out, toe O straight back in. And nicely done off the top of the wake with the toe wake O and the toe wake back, toe front. And positions himself for the toe wake back to back on the opposite wake, a little bit skittish there with the landing. But managing to get the toe wake front and the toe side and its reverse safely out of the way. So coming in on pass number 1, this is Carl Arthur Anderson. Still waiting on scores from Mark Senko, Ivan Kukronak, and of course, Carl Arthur Anderson, who is on the water right now, tricking at about 26K. Wake back and wake front. Surface O. Surface O reverse. 5 back. 7 front to front. And tries the reverse 7 front to front, but just getting a little bit stalled at the first half of that rotation. But able to get the majority of the tricks that he wanted to on that 20-second pass, so probably would not have lost an awful lot had he have gone through the entirety of that trick. Might have been out of time anyway. Carl Arthur Anderson. Liking what he's doing here. So 3,720 for Mark Senko, 3,720 points for Mark Senko from Belarus. So after 2 competitors, the leaderboard is not going to be terribly populated as yet, but we've had the 2 scores. And there we go. Klebe Smolich with 38.90 and 37.20 belongs to Mark Senko. As we get ready for Georgios Limpiropoulos of Greece. And a good few of their supporters are already lining up and getting ready to welcome him into this facility, which is next to a nearby Agrinio in Greece, which according to Greek mythology, the ancient city was founded by King Agrios around the time of 1600 to 1100 BC. And the actual city's and official emblem features Heracles fighting the river god Achilles to win the hand of Deianira. Oh, and getting in a little bit deep there with the toe back and toe front, and unfortunately unable to get the toe front portion of that little sequence. So Carl Arthur Anderson will probably not be in a position to see an appearance in the U14 trick finals. We've still got Series 2 and Series 1 to come after the conclusion of Series 3. And his head and shoulders went down, and so did the rest of him, as a result of that effort there. That was Carl Arthur Anderson. Now we got Georgios Limpiropoulos of Greece getting ready to go. So just waiting for for our next skier, but again in a little bit of a hand there from the British team coach, who is Benjamin Turp out of Gosfield Lake in England. Georgios Limperiopoulos. And some of these skiers are incredibly young. Georgios from Greece, getting ready for his 2:22 runs. Let's see how well he gets along here on his on what is regarded as his home site, as it were. There are a number of facilities across Greece, but this is the national training site for Greece, or otherwise known as the Hellenic Republic. Georgios Limperiopoulos of Greece in the U14 Boys Trick Series 3. There's the Waco. Good high tempo effort there. Surface back-to-back and its reverse. Where's the wake back-to-back? There is the reverse of that, and bouncing a little bit on the landing there. So Georgios Limperiopoulos of Greece in the water, and considering his options going forward as we look around and see Adam Hodbod from Czechia going through his motions, and again a little bit of help from a representative of the nation of Czechia. So looking here at Georgios Limperiopoulos, and just going at that move just a little bit too aggressively. You don't have to be that aggressive to get the ski all the way around and to ski out of the wake back-to-back reverse. You just need to keep the handle down and not move too much with the upper body. All right, so this city of Agrinio in Greece, its former name during the Ottoman period, the town was known as Vrakori, before reverting to its ancient name way back in 1836. Okay, so Ivan Kukuronak, 4460, 4,460, 4460, and maybe an early contender for a finals place. All right there, so Georgios Limperiopoulos, side slide, toe wake back, and just not really fully committing to the toe wake back there. Georgios Limperiopoulos of Greece, representing the Hellenic Republic. All right then, so moving right along from Georgios Limpiropoulos, we now go on to our next competitor, our penultimate athlete in this boys Series 3 tricking competition. This is going to be Etienne Barron. And Carl Arthur Anderson, 720 points is his final total, 720 points. Waiting for the score for Georgios Limpiropoulos. Etienne Barron just was attempting to go there for a wrap, a wake trick, but was kind of talked out of it there towards the end because 20 seconds would have expired by that time that he tried it, and didn't want to risk a fall or the discouraging signs that normally stems from taking a fall. There we go, there's the wrapped surface back, and then it's reverse. Surface O for Etienne Barron, and there's the reverse. Looking to try and beef up his overall score in the boys U14. Tricks being the least capable of his of the 3 disciplines that he participates in. And pulls in again to try and get ready for the Waco, but the pacing of his run meant that the 20 seconds would have expired at least a second or two by the time he tried that move, so deciding against attempting it. We're going to get the score for Georgios Limpiropoulos in just a moment, but still out in the lead is Ivan Kukuronak from Italy, with a 44.60. So 900 for Georgios Limpiropoulos. 900 there. Good here with those surface moves. 5 back, positional to the front, 5 back reverse. Does he go for the wrap in this time around? Yes, he does. Waco, and yeah, absolutely. Good set of moves there, well put together, and that is Etienne Barron from Great Britain. right, so moving on from Etienne Barron, we now go on to bib number 59. This is Rasmus Niskavara.
They changed the boat path from yesterday. Now these trees are in the way again.
All right, waiting for the boat speed to get settled in, and there we go with some 180s back to front, front to back. There's the wake back to back there. And getting caught there with the reverser, taking a huge fall there with the edge catch there. All right, so we've just plucked Rasmus Niskavara out of the water. We're running pretty quick here. We're at almost 8:30 in the morning. We started the event about 45 minutes ago. We're already on to our 7th tricker. We'll try and get you a more precise minutes per skier assessment going forwards, but during the U.S. National Water Ski Championships, which we just arrived from a few days ago, they were running at a rate of about 4.5 minutes per skier. And that's a pretty high clip, considering that the most tournaments budget for anywhere between 5.5 to 6 minutes per skier. It may not sound a lot, the difference between those two, but whenever you factor in the amount of skiers that you have for a tournament of this type, then it certainly saves an awful lot of time and makes sure that we're in a position to run other events on time. Trying to keep the handle close, but unfortunately just unable to keep on going. We're going to get a score for Etienne Barron in just a few moments. The score for Rasmus Niskavara as well. As we now move on from Series 3 to Series 2, Nikolaos Stavropoulos from Greece will be our lead-off athlete in Boys Series 2. All right, then, so we've got the start list for Series 2. Nikolaos Stavropoulos, then Adam Hodbod. Then we've got Luca Graham, Oscar Leal, Tomasz Temesinia from Poland, Gabriel Bruto from Switzerland, Artur Bruto also from Switzerland, Aaron Lamy from Finland, Mathis Torrens of Switzerland, and Mikhail Hanatenko from Ukraine. And then from there we go on to Series 1, which will feature 11 athletes. So whomever is in the lead by the end of Series 2 will have a pathway through to the final. the 12 athlete final. Nikolaos Stavropoulos of Greece coming in on pass number 1. Nikolaos Stavropoulos. Let's have a look and see what he has in store for us right here, right now. A Waco for starters. There's the Waco, there's the back. Surface back-to-backs. Wake back-to-back, and it's reverse. Keeping a high tempo here, going from trick to trick. Oh, there's the line back and line front. Surface O, reverse. Yeah, there you go. That's Nikolaos Stavropoulos. Okay, so wearing bib number 12, Nikolaos Stavropoulos. Knocking these tricks down one at a time, high tempo, high paced stuff. Okay, so Etienne Barron, 1,320 points. So we're just waiting on Rasmus's score right now. Okay, Nikolaos Stavropoulos, and getting in a little bit deep, very, very early on with the toe tricks on pass number 2. All right, as he swims into shore, we'll take a little look with the instant replay for Nikolaos Stavropoulos, our lead-off skier in boys Series 2 tricks. And tries the wrap toe side, and unfortunately not stable enough to recover that move. And yeah, that sinking feeling that we all know too well in these Europe and Africa Youth Championships. Okay, so next skier up is Adam Hodbod from Czechia. So we are here in Agrinio in Greece. Third Hellenic Republic, as it were. This is Adam Hodbod. Okay, so 890 points for Rasmus Niskavara from Finland. So let's see what Adam Hodbod has in store for us. Wrapping in before the course, and here he is. Waco, back to back, 5 front, 5 back. Spins in nicely for the wake back to back, and it's reverse, trying to hold his speed. Wake back and wake front. wake back, reverse, wake front, reverse. So well sequenced run there for Adam Hodbard from Czechia. I like the way he went about his run. It was definitely a little bit of aggression right at the beginning there with the Waco for starters, but managing to hold everything together long enough, strong enough to get through pass number 1. So coming to you from Agrinio, which is the largest city in the region of Etolia Arcania region, although it's not the actual city seat for the region, but Agrinio is certainly one of the largest cities in this area. And it's renowned for producing Agrinian olives, a staple agricultural product of the area. It's also the gateway to Lake Troconida. It lies near Greece's largest natural lake, Lake Troconida, known for its rich biodiversity, none of which Adam Hodbard is appreciating right now. He's in the middle of his tricking set. That rat toe side, proceeded with a regular toe side to get things up and running there with toe tricks, toe wake front, toe back and toe front, reverse toe back, reverse toe front. Does he have anything more? Tries to go for the 7 front and unable to spin it continuously. Wake 5 front, however. Slap in the water and a little bit of frustration there, but he shouldn't be too unhappy with what he's done. Managing to get a full pass on the first stanza of his run. Looked good for that one and didn't look all that bad with toes either. So should be in a pretty good position point-wise, although may not be enough to see him through to the next round. We won't know who has made it through to the next round until we get down to the lead scorer after the end of Series 2, which is the series in which we're in right now. We're getting ready for Luca Graham from Italia coming up next. There. So as we look at the leaderboard, we now bring on Luca Graham from Italy. So 1,710 for Nikolaos Stavropoulos, 1710. The first of our scores coming through for boys Series 2 tricks. This is Luca Graham. Things together here. Surface O, wake back, wake front, reverse wake back, and positional to the front, and a couple of side slides there. So wonderfully crafted run there. That is Luca Graham, who comes to us from the northeastern parts of Italy, specifically Cortina d'Ampezzo. And for those of you that see a familiarity with that name to a big event that occurred earlier on in the winter, you'll know that Cortina d'Ampezzo was one of the sites of the Olympic Winter Games that took place this past February in that area of the country. Certainly a very, very beautiful part of Italia, especially the main ice arena, which was an outdoor arena all the way back when Cortina produced the Winter Olympic Games in the early part of the 1960s, and was highlighted during a Bond movie called For Your Eyes Only, which was in the early part of the 80s. And that's exactly where Luca Graham and his older sister are from. His older sister is a Scarlett Graham, who is the current U17 World Jump Champion. And looking to see if Luca Graham has the kind of skills with toe tricks, and unfortunately spinning very, very quickly out of that toe, and unfortunately the toe strap came off, and the kind of wheels have fallen off that wagon, unfortunately, there for Luca Graham, taking a fall, despite the fact that he got through his opening pass with some decent tricks. Unfortunately, didn't follow through entirely with toes. So that is Luca Graham. Our next competitor up is going to be Oscar Leal of Finland, as Luca Graham has been plucked out of the water by a rescue boat. And Oscar Leal, wearing bib number 60, is coming up next. So as we continue along this area of Agrigno, ancient Anatolians and Acarnanians constantly fought over control of this strategic land, and you can definitely see it's one of the agricultural heartlands of Greece. It's known for its Agrinian olives, and also known way back in the day as a tobacco hub during the 19th and 20th centuries. Now, not so much these days, of course, given the adverse nature that society has deemed tobacco growers. So here we go. This is Oscar Leal. Keeping everything going here. Keeping everything working well. Oscar Leal. Yeah, getting through that little step sequence there, and fantastic performance there from Oscar Leal, and also a fantastic performance by the British team, who have come through with an iced coffee this morning. Thanks very much from the good folks there at Great Britain, and especially Gosfield Lake. Now, that does remind me a little bit, because in about 15 minutes we will have the scores officially published for yesterday's tricks event. That is going to occur in about 15 minutes, and once that is published, then it can be challenged over the 30-minute review period. Now, Adam Hodbod, his performance of 1900 has been revealed as a result of his performance. So for those of you keeping an eye on the time, we are at 8:44 this morning, and in about 15 minutes, the trick sheets will be available for each of our skiers to inspect from yesterday. Now, towards the top of the point scoring, it's probably going to be academic to see those competitors make it through to the final. But there is quite a close gap between Sander Thiel and Charlie Fern. Only 10 points separate 12 from 13. So obviously there's going to be a very close scrutiny of that performance. Oh, and getting a little bit trapped there with the reverse toe back as he works his way through. That is Oscar Leo of Finland. So going from one trick to the next. Going from back to front and front to back. And all getting dragged a little bit as well. That won't be too pleasant. But he has certainly tried his best to recover that move. So as we continue to look here, our next skier about to take to the water is Tomas Timsiznia. So 1,120 points for Luca Graham. 1,120 points. So now our next competitor, as we await the score for Oscar Leo to come through in just a few moments, is Tomas Timsiznia. There, working his way through the initial tricks here. This is Tomas Timsiznia, keeping the handle very, very close to his midsection there with the five back and 5 front. There's the wake 5 front. Yeah, very quickly working his way through those tricks. 20 seconds, not an awful lot of time to get everything in, and he certainly has that sense of urgency, which is critical going forward in the tricks event. So Tomas Timsiznia, he opened up with the Waco and using something approximating a wakeboard handle, which is totally fine, and has that little grip on the handle section of that rope. Now the skiers have almost total autonomy upon how they create their experience behind the boat. Rope length, rope handle itself, trick ski, which they can change between passes, boat speed, amount of weight in that boat, and whom they have in that boat are all within the realm of choice that the skier has by way of choosing the what they want behind the boat. Tomas Tim Cisnia is getting ready for his second pass, and as we see Bruno, we see Gabriel Bruto, I should say, and then we'll have Artur Bruto to come. Both of those competitors from Switzerland. All right, here we go. Toe O, toe back and toe front. Toe back and toe front. Reverses of the original move. Toe side and toe. Oh, and trying there for a positional win for a possible attempt at a toe back to back on the surface. Now, the reason why they have a choice of person in the towboat is for safety purposes above all else, because the rope itself, for those of you that do not know, the rope is actually attached to a release mechanism, and I think by regarding it as a release mechanism kind of overstates exactly what it is. It is just a short piece of rope with a loop on the end of it, and you pass the rope through the loop of the ski line and wrap it around the pole once or twice, and then once the skier falls like that and is in immediate danger, the rope is let go, and the ski rope itself is immediately released out of the boat. Because you can imagine that with the toe foot unable to get out of the toe strap, how potentially injurious the situation could potentially be when the skier is dragged down the lake for several meters. All right there, so waiting on Oscar Leal's score, and the score for Tomas Tim Cisnia from Poland. We now move on to our next 5 skiers. 3 of them are from Switzerland. The first 2 are from that same nation. So we've got Gabriel Bruto coming into the course first, proudly wearing the red and white of Switzerland. Waco to start. Trying to control the pole there. Wake back to back. And it's reverse. Surface O. Line back and line front, and he probably will do the wake line back and the wake line front a little later on in this effort after he gets through with toes. I kind of have the feeling that he's going to do a compound run. Now, by expressing it in that way, that means that you combine 2 sections of tricks in, as in more often the case for a compound run. You're starting off with toes and then taking the foot out of the toe strap and going on with another section of tricks, whether it'll be line tricks or just regular spins. But certainly there's a lot of creativity here with setting up these trick passes. Especially where it comes to the surface back-to-backs and the wake back-to-backs. And even here with the surface O and some side slides at the end there. Some of these passes lend themselves to a lot of creativity on the fly as well, because if the skier is doing some pretty high tempo stuff and realizes that he's completing his pass at a fairly high rate of speed, then he's got a few seconds to work with at the end, and the skier can elect to throw in some 180s and some 360s and back-to-backs, you know, and ends up totting up more points than he originally anticipated for. Gabriel Bruto. Toe O, toe wake back, toe wake front. Keeping the flow going here. There's the toe side reverse, toe back and toe front. Reverse toe back, reverse toe front. Reverse toe back positional for a toe back to back, and then to reverse and falling on the reverse. So wanting to go all the way through on his second and final pass with toe tricks. And looking for a score for Oscar Leal, it is 1,880, 1880. So we're still waiting on the score for Tomasz Tim Cisnia of Poland. And the skier that came after him, it's Gabriel Bruto. So keeping the toe foot close to the standing leg, always advisable that. And things started to unravel here with the toe surface back to back and its reverse, and trying to keep his weight distribution settled there, but he's happy with that. Good, nice little performance there from Gabriel Bruto, and now comes his brother, Artur Bruto. Okay, this is Artur Bruto with the surface moves. 5 front on the surface, wake back, wake front, a little hop, skip and a jump there, almost in celebration that he was able to make it through pass number 1 of 2. So Artur Bruto. So a few of our trickers waiting patiently for their go. One of them was being Aaron Lamy, and Thomas comes through with 1,930 points, 1930. Still in the lead is Ivan Kukuronak from Italy with 44.60 from the previous series. And unless there is a major challenge coming down the pipe that we don't know about, then Arthur Kukuronak could end up being the first person to make it through to the U14 boys tricking final. just keeping an eye on that that particular point score. And with the time at 9 a.m., the 30-minute review period has started for the tricks event that took place yesterday, which was the U17 boys tricking event. So the time is now 9 a.m. and the review period starts now for that. Looking good here. This is Arturo Bruto trying to stay inside the wake there and produce the tricks that he wanted to, and doing a little bit better than his brother Gabriel Bruto. Gabriel Bruto fell on the reverse toe back-to-back, and Arturo was able to do one better in that regard by being able to ski all the way through that pass of toe tricks. So good effort there for Arturo Bruto, and we'll get the score of his brother very soon. Both of them represented Switzerland, so well done to them. There's one more tricker from Switzerland in Series 2 boys tricks event to come before we end off this section of the tricks event. So let's see what our next skier has for us. It is Aaron Lamy from Finland, wearing bib number 55. Just getting warmed up here and just suggesting to us that it's going to be high tempo stuff. 2,500 points there for Gabriel Bruto. There's the Waco that he starts off with. Wake back-to-back and it's reverse. Wake 5 front. Surface 5 back, surface 5 front. Oh, does he go for the flip? Oh, yes, he throws the flip there quite literally, and just going after it for something to do after doing those surface 5 tricks. And they're just edging through, or trying to edge through the top of the wake, but unfortunately not achieving much in the way of control to arrest the speed and height that he generated in very short order. There's the wake back-to-back and it's reverse. Going for the surface back-to-backs to control his momentum and gain a few more points. There's the wake 5 front. Surface 5 back. Surface 5 front. And then he begins to edge out here. Now let's see how he did with this one. Turns in. And just plain flat out let go of the handle. Loaded up on the edge so much that he couldn't keep hold of it. So there we go. That is Aaron Lamy with the he almost completed the opening pass, a save for the flip, and we'll see what he can do by way of an encore with toe tricks. right, so at the eastern end of this Jewel Lake facility, well, I say Jewel Lake facility, it's actually one big lake partitioned off into two sections for the purposes of making sure that the arena portion has the best conditions to produce the types of performances that we would expect at a venue of this quality. Here we go. This is Aaron Lamy. All toe five back, toe back-to-backs, and looking a little bit shaken here. Aaron Lamy, toe wake back-to-back, toe wake front, toe-o into wrap, toe-o out, and just looked untidy right from the get-go there with toe tricks. Just did not look at ease at all. Our latest score that just came through was for Gabriel Bruto with 2,500 points. We'll double check on that score, but a little over 2K, and we should get the score for Artur Bruto coming through in just a few moments. I would expect this one to be a little bit higher than his brother. But Aaron Lamy just waving his arms all over the show, and 25.90 for Artur Bruto. That puts him marginally ahead of Gabriel Bruto. As we have a look at this once again. Yeah. And just unable to fully recover out from that. So there you see at the middle of the seat of the list, Gabriel Bruto in fifth, and Artur Bruto in fourth. Still out in the lead for Belarus, actually for Italia with 44.60 is Ivan Kokuranak, and just below him are the two scores from Belarus, Kleb Smolik with 38.90 and Mark Senko with 37.20. They have a good chance of making it through to the U14 boys tricking final. But at the top of that list, Ivan Kokuranak of Italy with a 44.60, our third competitor out on the water earlier on this morning in Series 3. Our skier on the water is Mathis Torrens of Switzerland, opting to go with toe tricks first. And I don't know how smart of a move that was. I mean, he was basically doing toe tricks into the slight wind. Now, well, when you are tricking into the wind, the line tightens up on you a little bit quicker, and you don't get nearly as much assistance in making those toe tricks happen. Now, the wind isn't all that strong, mind you, so I mean, it's going to be 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, you know, where it pertains to deciding what strategy to employ first in regards to your two runs, whether to go with toes first or toes second. Or maybe he's just one of those creatures of habit that decides to go with a toe tricks first no matter what happens. But there towards the end, Mathis Torrens of Switzerland doing his best with the toe tricks to get his effort underway. And it looks like that the Kokoranek from Italy. Ivan Kokoranek still has the lead with 44.60 ahead of our two early Belarusian competitors, as I previously mentioned. I mean, just looking at our trick skiers, I mean, virtually no one has been within 2,000 points of our lead skier at this time. We're waiting on the score for Aaron Lamy to be published very, very soon as we look out and see Mikhail Hanatenko of Ukraine. So our very last skier in the boys series 2. Now, if he takes the lead in this competition, and judging by his seeding coming into this event, there's every indication that he might well do so. Then if he takes the lead, then he will have a pathway through to the next round, because our next series of competitors in boys series 1 only has 11 skiers, and it's a 12 skier final. There's the Waco, nicely silhouetted against the rising sun. This is Mathis Torrens of Switzerland. Surface O, wake back, wake front. Does he go for the reverse? No, but he goes for the side slide to round off his performance, and it should be a decent one. Should be north of 2K at least, and maybe even break past 3,000. And however far he breaks into 3,000 is definitely going to be important, because the second and third place skiers from Belarus have tricked 38.90 and 37.20 between Kleb Smolic and Mark Senko, respectively. Still, Ivan Kukoranek from Italy is still in the lead with a 44.60 as Mathis Torrens returns to the dock. Very high tempo start there with the Waco. We're seeing a lot of that among our U14 trickers. So, keeping a handle upon the tricking there, and shaking his fist there towards the end in early celebration of his achievement out there. We'll get the final point score for him very, very soon. Speaking of final point scores, we're 15 minutes into the 30-minute review period for the boys U17 tricking results, which occurred yesterday. Now the review period has started, and that's the portion of time that is allocated, so that if a skier has a concern based on scoring and timing, that they can address that with the officials during that 30-minute period. Here we go. This is Mikhail Hanatenko. Oh, toe 5 front there. A little bit of a partition spin going out there, but that's a toe wake O, then a toe wake line back. Toe wake back to back. Look at this. Toe wake line back to back. Nicely done. All right, that is Mikhail Hanatenko of Ukraine. He's gunning for the lead right now, and able to get that pass situated. Mikołaj Hanatenko, toe 5 back, toe back-to-back. Toe back-to-back reverse. And the toe 5 front. Looking steady there with the toe 5 front, but not partition spin there with the toe O out. Toe Waco. Looking good there so far with these tricks. Toe wake line back and keeping the toe foot close to the standing leg there for the toe wake back to back. And looking at this instant replay again, toe wake line back to back. So high tempo, high point scoring tricks there with toes to get things up and running. And maybe we're seeing a trend here with the last few competitors going in with toe tricks first, skiing against a very, very slight wind here. Okay, for those of you that are just joining us, you are tuned in to our last boys 14 skier in Series 2. Whomever has the lead from this series going into Series 1 will have a pathway through to the U14 boys tricking final, which will take place later on this weekend. All right, boat speed at a little bit of a higher clip. There's no added weight in the towboat. That's why you see a pretty clear table here. That's wake back to back, reverse, surface back to back. It's wake 5 front, positional to the back, wake 5 front, reverse. Now wake 5 back. No, comes off and does the Waco instead. There we go. There's flips from either side, 500 points apiece. Flip twist back to front, 550, and there you go, 1,500 points just on those 3 tricks alone. 1,550 points just on that 3-trick sequence towards the end, and that is going to contribute highly to a point score that should be north of 4,000. How far north of 4,000 is going to be critical because our lead is still held by Ivan Kukurunak of Italia with 44.60. Keep that in mind, folks, as we continue to watch and monitor the situation as we transition from Series 2 to Series 1 U14 boys tricking competition. So Mikołaj Hanatenko of Ukraine getting the job done, and we have Maximilian Zielinski of Poland to start off. Then Harry Hanatenko and Yehor Kolesnikov from Ukraine. Then Paul Schnogel of Austria, Nikolaos Anatopoulos of Greece, Yakov Sokolov of Ukraine, then Leon Gut of Switzerland, Frederick Volnar of Austria, Franz Josef Stockinger of Austria, then Tobias Vasily of the Czech Republic or Czechia, and then our last skier, number 11, is Buddy Carrington of Great Britain. So those are the 11 skiers. But we take 12 skiers through to the final, which means that whomever is in the lead before we go into that series has a pathway through to the next round of the competition. The tricking final. We're waiting on scores from Aaron Lamy and Matthias Torrens and Mikołaj Hanatenko. But still out in the lead prior to getting those 3 scores are Ivan Kukurunak, Okay, so it looks like our next skier to take to the water is going to be Maximilian Zielinski of Poland, and he's just waiting for the boat to to fill up to 100% ballast capacity, because I would imagine that he's got something in store for us, some high tempo flips and spins, and he needs the wake to be beefed up to maximum level in order to facilitate those kinds of tricks. Here he comes. Okay, Maximilian Zielinski of Poland. Here he comes. Nearly just a little over 29 kph. Oh no, and he goes down. And going down there early means that an opportunity has opened up for maybe the second place competitor to bust on through and make an appearance in the boys under 14 tricks at final, because a fall that early on that pass will definitely degrade his final total and could potentially let someone in rather unexpectedly through to the U14 boys tricking final. So Maximilian Zielinski, and just had trouble gripping the handle. So Maximilian Zielinski just getting into all kinds of bother there, and now all he has is a second pass in which to tot up the remaining points that he would potentially need to maybe, just maybe, salvage a performance that could put him through to the next round. It's highly unlikely given how early he fell on pass number one, but like they say, anything is possible. So we're waiting on 3 scores from Series 2. We are in Series 1 right now. We're waiting on scores from Aaron Lamy and Matthias Torrens. Matthias Torrens and Mikolau Hanatenko. And so far as Mikolau Hanatenko is concerned, his brother, Harry Hanatenko, is getting ready to ski. He will be our second person off the dock in Series 1 tricks. So it looks like he's going to repeat the first pass. That is the option. Another choice that the skier can make, although probably not the choice that he would have really wanted to do. This is man alive, just not able to get a fair way down the pass there to make any kind of impression. And one would suggest that at this early stage that whomever is in second coming into this into this event has probably found a rather unexpected pathway just opened up for him to make it through to the boys 14 tricking final. Okay, Matthias Torrens with 28.20, 28.20. Okay, so as Maximilian Zielinski is been rescued out of the water. Seems to me that that Maximilian Zielinski was carrying in an injury into this event. It's certainly a tall drink of water for someone aged under 14. But not looking particularly flexible out there, that much I can tell you. So 17:10 for Aaron Lamy. So let's have a look and see our next skier. This is Harry Anatenko from Ukraine. Harry Anatenko, there we go. Toe 5 back, toe back to back reverse, toe back and toe front, reverse toe back, reverse toe front. Toe 5 front there. Toe into wrap, toe out, toe wake-o, toe wake back. Oh, and getting a little bit trapped there, and was in a little bit of a quandary as how to move from that point onwards. So there we go. There, that is Harry Hanatenko from Ukraine, piling on the points at the first 2/3 the run, but again a little bit stalled and was unable to proceed more from that point onwards. Doing the toe back to back there, and positions himself out, reverse toe back in. Keeping the flow going there with the toe 5 front there. A pretty high point scoring a maneuver there. Toe into wrap. And toe wake-o, good aggressive edge there. And then goes for the toe wake back, but just stopped for a moment and just got trapped as he was going backwards, and was unable to continue beyond that point with that pass. Yehor Kolesnikov from Ukraine is going to be our next skier. We're waiting anxiously for the final score to come through in the series 2 tricks. That score coming to us courtesy of Mikhail Hanatenko. All right there, so let's have a look and see what Harry Hanatenko has in store for us with pass number 2. Wake line O, line back, line front, foot in the back. There's a wake back to back. There is the reverse. What does he have remaining here? Wait, oh, it goes for the hand 5 front there, and instead of passing the handle behind the small of his back, he went into it and just threw the trick without giving any thought to how he was going to pass the handle to complete it. It's a good effort, but just a silly mistake like that, and that causes problems. All right there, so, oh, look at this, 3,600 points there for Mikhail Hanatenko. Mikhail Hanatenko with 3,600 points, which means that the leader coming out of the first 2 series, because there are 11 competitors earmarked for Series 1 and 12 skiers go through to the next round. The skier that's in the lead is Ivan Kukoronak, our 3rd skier out on the water. He is the lead scorer. he has a pathway through to the next round of the competition. So congratulations to him, Ivan Kukuranak. We'll have a look and confirm that up on the leaderboard. But whoever's in the lead after the first the first two series of competition as a pathway through to the final. And now we're going to search for the other 11 athletes who could potentially do the same. Now, I was suggesting that whoever's in second place has a pathway through to the next round of the competition. And if that is the case, then Gleb Smolic of Belarus has secured his spot through to the next round, just based upon what I saw from Maximilian Zelensky a few minutes ago. Now, this is Yehor Kolesnikov from Ukraine, just putting a few tricks out of course. So this is Yehor Kolesnikov of Ukraine. Oh, wake line 5 front he's setting up for. Boom, hits that move. There's only one basic trick you can do with that wrap, and that is the wake line 5 front, or maybe the wake line 7 back. Putting steps at the beginning. Oh, and almost dunking it there with that Waco into wrap. Surface O's at the end. Nicely done and well rescued on at least a couple of occasions with that run there. So that is Yehor Kolesnikov. Now we're just waiting on an official score from Maximilian Zelensky before we confirm, projectively confirm that that our next skier that has made it through to the finals is our second place athlete, who in this instance is going to be Gleb Smolic of Belarus. Look at that spin there, going in for the wake line O out of the that step sequence. Now this is where things got a little bit crazy here, as Maximilian's score has been confirmed as 740 points. Just almost over rotating there and having to spend about a second or two to restabilize himself before he did the Waco out, and then he did a surface O. And then the surface O reverse. Now, because Maximilian's score is 740 points, that whomever is in second place, which is Gleb Smolic, has made his way through to the next round. Now, the next score, the next breakthrough score is 3,720, and that is from Mark Senko of Belarus. Our second skier off the dock earlier on this morning. So let's see what Yehor Kolesnikov has for us. It is going to be a toe 7 front. The wrap appears to be consistent with that toe 7 front. Oh, and going down on that particular move. Oh, my word, disaster and devastation there for Yehor Kolesnikov, which could potentially mean that that he gives up a spot through to the next round of the competition to Harry Hanatenko. But what I'm figuring will happen first is that Mark Senko would probably make it through to the next round of the competition. We'll await confirmation of the scores before making any kind of determination as to who's made it through to the final. But what I can tell you is that 2 skiers from Series 3 have made it through. And that is Ivan Kukuranak of Italy and Gleb Smolic, both of those competitors through to the next round of the competition. We're waiting on 10 scores to be revealed. Okay, so moving right along. Next competitor from Austria is Paul Snoggle. On top of the water behind that Nautique towboat. This is Paul Snoggle out of Austria. And the skier working his way into the course right now, Paul Snoggle. Getting ready for pass number 1 of 2. Looks like it's going to be a toe 5 back from what I'm seeing. Good, solid, smooth rotation. Doesn't have to be quick. It just needs to be continuous. Toe wake back to back. Oh, and going down on the toe wake back to back. And unfortunately, a whole slew of falls have occurred within the first 4 skiers. And the one by one, they're letting skiers that never really anticipated being a part of the finals now being given hope in that regard. So Paul Snoggle doing a few toe tricks as he wound on for the surface toe back-to-backs, and then he went across the wake, tried to do the toe wake back-to-back, but not committing his entire body to the move. He was able to get the ski over the wake, but unfortunately the rest of him did not follow. So we're waiting on scores from Harry Hanatenko and Yehor Kolesnikov, and indeed Paul Snoggle, but Paul Snoggle has still got his second pass to come yet. And of course, any prognostications that I give are totally unofficial. The official scores will come by way of our judges, our jury panel, and then once those trick sheets are revealed for our skiers' inspection, then there'll be a 30-minute review period to look over the tricks and beyond that, then the scores become official if everything looks okay from their perspective and the skier's perspective, of course. All right, there, Paul Snoggle, who I believe made it through to the U14 boys slalom final, if memory serves me right. All right, here we go. Paul Snoggle electing to up the boat speed in preparation for the flips. There's one, here's another. Here's the flip twist back to front. And unfortunately getting crushed on the landing and unable to ride it out. So Paul Snoggle, who made the slalom final yesterday with 1.5 on 13 meters. His score was the last one to make it into the boys into the under 14 boys slalom final. Won't be making his way into the final in tricks in this competition, however. So that is a Paul Snoggle. We are about a third of the way through the tricks series 1 in U14 boys. So 31.60 for Harry Hanatenko. Now this is interesting. 3160, 3,160. Now, first of all, with 3160, it means that that Mark Senko has made it through to the next round of the competition. So we're waiting on 9 additional scores. Now, among the 9 additional scores, among the next best scores is that score from Harry Hanatenko with 3160. But before him, a person looking for his path through to the next round is Mikhail Hanatenko, his brother, on 3,600 points. Now, Harry Hanatenko, for his part, scored 3160. So if there are 2 skiers whose scores have come through and that have produced a total of less than 3160, then both brothers will end up through to the boys' tricking final in the U14 section. So a lot of twists and permutations and a lot of twists and turns, and not just on the water, folks. It is just a numerical numerical oddity out there. So Viktor Kolesnikov with 2040. So that means that that Mikhail Hanatenko, he's through to the next round of the competition, in addition to the skiers that we've seen already been earmarked with future participation in the boys 14 under 14 trick final. This is Nikolaos Anatopoulos, wake 5 front, wake-o. Now, boat speed bumped up for the flips. Nicely done. Going forward, tilt into each one of those flips, and the side slides to come afterwards there. He just threw everything that he had into those flips there, and nice control in the air for each one. And Nikolaos Anatopoulos trying to put up a point score necessary to make it through to the final. Now, the breakthrough score currently standing right now is Harry Hanatenko. Anything less than Harry is through. Harry Hanatenko from Ukraine. Just look at this execution of the backflip. Boom, right there. Nicely done there as well. With a couple of twists from side to side. The 2 side slides that form the completion of that run. Okay, Paul Schnogel with 2890, 2,890 points. So that leaves him in contention, however. That means, however, that Harry Hanatenko, he's through to the next round. So we've got 5 competitors already earmarked with appearances in the U14 Boys Tricking Final. And I'll go through those names one by one in just a moment. But in the meantime, we have Nikolaos Anatopoulos. Let's listen in upon the pin person. Toho Interrap, Toe Waco. Yes, bravo indeed. Couldn't have said it better myself. There, the Greeks are in full voice this morning for the U14 Boys Tricks Elimination round. Nikolaos Anatopoulos. Now, provided that score is north of 2890, then he is through to the next round of the competition, and that point score of Paul Schnogel is it. Just look at these tricks one at a time, including that one. Double gripping the rope there in preparation for the toe Waco. So that performance as safe as houses there for him. So the next breakthrough score is confirmed as a 28.90 from Paul Schnogel, but I would probably submit that performance from Nikolaos Anatopoulos has performed way in excess of that, so he's probably through to the next round. But you don't want to preempt too much. Okay, Yakov Sokolov from Ukraine coming up next. Yakov Sokolov, here he comes in. Wake line O. High risk move there, especially with the landing with 1 foot. There we go, line tricks out of the way, foot in the back binding extremely quickly there. There is the wake back-to-back reverse, forward positional, wake 5 front, spins out for the surface. I'm not too sure whether he was intending to go with a wake 5 back, but a Waco on the surface is an acceptable trick to perform, especially in respect to scoring where he hadn't produced it before on the run. Or he might have intended to go with the surface O instead of using that as a cover trick for something that was that he intended to do beyond the scope of what he's doing right now. Wake line O. Beautifully captured pictures here by Connor Pesica, a drone pilot, and getting the full view of a full up close and personal view of what he's doing out there. Wake line front, surface back to back. Keeping the flow going from one trick to the next there with the wake back to back reverse now. Positional to the back, wake 5 front. A little bit short pulled on there, and that probably prompted him to go with a surface O instead of attacking the wake once again for a wake 5 back, knowing full well that it's going to take something along the lines of more than 2,800 points for him to advance through to the next round of the competition. Just having a look at the leaderboard right there. Now, just to give you an idea of how close the point scoring is, Matthias Torrens from Switzerland is currently in 7th place with 28.20, and that could be potentially the next breakthrough score. So we're just waiting on the score for Nikolaos Anatopoulos to come through. But on the water right now is Yakov Sokolov. Toe 7 front there. Nicely done. Toe 5 back. Moving from one wake to the next, unfortunately, there for him. Toe 5 front. Toe out. He's got control of this now. Toe Waco coming right up there. Nicely nailed. Reverse toe back positional. Toe wake back to back. Toe side reverse. He's got it. Yes. Yakov Sokolov from Ukraine. Nailing the 2:22 runs. I would probably submit that he's done enough to make it through to the next round of the competition, needing only something more than 28.90 and performing way in excess of that. But we'll wait and see to see his score before making any assertions in that regard, especially considering that we still have the score for Nikolaos Anatopoulos to come through. Keeping the toe foot very much under control there, and his body position looked absolutely exquisite. So 41.70 for Nikolaos Anatopoulos, 41.70. That puts him in second place, but more significantly, it gives him a pathway through to the next round of the competition, which is the boys U14 tricking final. So I promised a list of skiers that have advanced through to the finals, and here they are in no particular order. Hugh Smolich with 38.90, Mark Senko with 37.20, Ivan Kukronak with 44.60. He has the lead with that score. Nikolao Hanatenko with 3,600 points. Harry Hanatenko with 31.60. And also through to the next round of the competition with 41.70 is Nikolaos Anatopoulos. I'm waiting on the score from Yakov Sokolov. But now with 5 skiers to go, our next skier coming to us out of Switzerland is Leon Gut. So here is Leon Gut, wearing bib 109. Positional to the back, wake back to back, and it's reverse surface back to back, wake 5 front. Positional to the back, wake 5 front, reverse, wake 5 back. No, Waco out there, safer option. Boosting the speed for the flips. There's one, there's the other, and going too hard with the second back. He points that he had earmarked beyond that mark. That could potentially, depending upon what he does with pass number 2, that could potentially let in Paul Schnogel through to the next round of the competition, who currently has the breakthrough score of a 28.90. So looking at these tricks one at a time, high tempo stuff there, including that wake 5 front into the wrap there. Deciding not to do the wake 5 back, which would have been another 310 points. But that is Leon Gut bouncing a little bit on the landing, just not able to absorb the landing on the tail of the ski. And Leon Gut is now getting ready for pass number 2 as we have a look and see a smattering of Swiss supporters along the shore side. So Leon Gut. Getting ready for pass number 2. So Switzerland, probably the only nation on earth that has a square national flag. Most national flags around the world are rectangular in shape, except the flag of Nepal, of course, which looks like half of a Christmas tree. Google it. All right there. So we've got Leon Gut still waiting on the score for Yakov Sokolov. We've gotten the score for Nikolaos Anatopoulos, our latest total to come through. Toe wake back to back for Leon Gut. There's the reverse. We haven't seen too many of those in recent times. Leon Gut, he is all over the show here. He's using just pure balance and experience here and getting the job done there with his toe tricks, but is it going to be enough? He fell about 2/3 the way into the run with the second of his backflips, but one would imagine that with that kind of toe pass and however much he scored off number one, he's probably done enough to trick over 28.90. 28.90 has put Paul Schnogel in a bit of a bind. Now he just managed to qualify into the boys' slalom final yesterday as the number 12 skier, scoring 1.5 on 13 meters in it, and Paul Schnogel is one unfortunate instant away from maybe qualifying himself through to the tricks final in among the top 12 in the boys under 14s competition. So just looking at this here for Leon Gut, almost rolling his shoulders over the front part of the ski, toe wake line back, toe sides at the end or towards the end, and yes, he did enough there. He believes that that second pass of toe tricks was enough, so just shut it down towards the end there. Now we're waiting on the score for Yakov Sokolov and also for Leon Gut, the two outstanding scores. And now we've got 4 skiers remaining, one from Czechia, one from Great Britain, and 2 from Austria. The first of the Austrians is on the water right now. It's Frederick Volnar. Frederick Volnar setting the boat speed a little under 27k on Charlie 1 with the delay setting and also with the intensity. Oh, and he goes down hard. Oh my word, Frederick Volnar. And unless he comes through big time with his second and final 22nd pass in tow, the main beneficiary of that fall could actually be his teammate, Paul Schnogel. Still waiting on some point scores to come through in just a moment or so, but we're waiting on Yakov Sokolov and just reminding folks of how unpredictable the tricking event really is. There are no certainties, no guarantees, nothing that would create an easy pathway to success. Okay, so 4,030 points for Yakov Sokolov. So that means that he is through to the next round of the competition, currently lying in 4th spot. So now just waiting on the score for Leon Gut. So Sokolov, just to reconfirm, is actually in 3rd rather than in 4th. So the skiers that will potentially make a final round appearance are Gleb Smolic, Mark Senko, and Ivan Kukuranak. Ivan Kukuranak still in the lead with 44.60. Then we got Mikolau Hanatenko. He's through to the next round of the competition on 3600. Then Harry Hanatenko with 31.60. And Nikolaos Anatopoulos and Yakov Sokolov, he's through to the next round of the competition. This is Frederick Volnar. Oh, and he goes down there as well. And so a conflicting set of emotions here for Austria. They've seen their skier go down with a fall on both 22nd passes. But at the same time, Austria have a cause of celebration because that lets in Paul Schnogel through to the next round of the competition. Now, the only rub between those two competitors is whilst Frederick Volnar is a team skier for Austria, Paul Schnogel is an independent competitor for Austria. So if Paul Schnogel does make it through to the next round of the competition, he will not be contributing any points to the Austrian team cause in the boys U14 competition. Whoever said trick skiing wasn't exciting? All right there, so whilst the skier with the 24 bib, Frederick Volnar, is being picked up, and he considers what might have been. We now go on to Franz Josef Stogginger. We're also waiting on the score for Leon Gut, who I would imagine is has tricked north of 3,000 points, might even be north of 4. But we'll wait for that score to come through and wait for it to be published up on the screen. Franz Josef Stogginger, 27K Alpha 2. Looking good here. So far so good for Franz Josef Stogginger. Toe wake back there, and preceded that with a toe wake O as one of the previous tricks there, and I think that Franz Josef Stogginger was basically performing in accordance to what he needed to produce. To maybe advance what he needed to produce instead of what he really wanted to produce out there. And there you see Franz Josef Stogginger using a hard shell toe boot with a carabiner style clip there that a few skiers have kind of gravitated to in recent seasons. Okay, so 35.90 for Leon Gut. He is through. 35.90 for Leon Gut to add to the skiers that have already made it through, such as Yakov Sokolov, Nikolaos Anatopoulos, Harry Hanatenko, Mikolau Hanatenko, Ivan Kukranak, who is still in the lead with 44.60, and Mark Senko and Hlib from Belarus tricking 37.20 and 38.90 respectively. And I'll certainly have to say I'm beyond impressed there with the Belarusian skiers. They seem to have a knack for making it through from the preliminary round into the final in almost every instance that I've seen so far. And I would probably submit that at this early stage, Belarus might have the early lead in the team competition. Not only the team competition in the U14 section, but also in the Hellenic Trophy section of the team competition, which combines the scores of both the U14 and the U17 scores. So now this is Franz Josef Stogginger of Austria. Now the breakthrough score now at this time, I believe, is 28:20. We'll get confirmation of that in just a few moments whilst we look and see what Franz Josef has in store for us. Whoa, how on earth was he able to get past that point? Throwing some tricks on the outside the wake and just managing to hold off the potential of a fall there towards the end. And we'll have a look at that via the instant replay. That is Franz Josef Stogginger. And Frederick Volnar with his score of 1,600 points. That means that the next skier through to next round is Mathis Torrens of Switzerland. Mathis Torrens of Switzerland has potentially made it through. So to unofficially at this time, Franz Josef Stogginger. And just turning backwards and just launching off the top of the wake. That is a mode back-to-back. And almost falling on a surface back-to-back on the outside of the wake, but managing to get squared away with the landing. A 5 front and a 5 back there to end off things, just as lanyard tricks, just a little extra at the end. So only 3 scores yet to come in. And 9 skiers that have already made it through to the final. 4 from Series 1, 2 from Series 2, and 3 from Series 3. This is coming into the course, Tobias Vasali from Czechia. Now knowing that it's not going to take anywhere north of 3,000 points to make it through. It's going to take a score of 2,500 points or above to make it through to the next round of the competition. And looks like with that early fall there, that may have opened the door for that person or persons that have posted the score of 2590. 2590 is the score for Artur Bruto, and 2500 is the point score of his brother Gabriel Bruto, who's looking to see with a nervous disposition to see if his scorers have made it through to the next round of the competition. But looking out and seeing Tobias Vasali. We're waiting on the score for Franz Josef. We anticipate that it's going to be enough. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 that have already potentially qualified through to the next round of the competition. So looking at the performances from some of our earlier competitors, certainly the Belarusian skiers with Hleb Smolic and Mark Senko are certainly coming through with some great performances in this event. Ivan Kokorinak, the real surprise, coming through with 44.60 from series of 3. All of those skiers through to the next round, so count off 3 from 12, and you've got 9 remaining, and they could potentially be filled by the likes of Mikolau Hanatenko and Harry Hanatenko, alongside Nicolas Anatopoulos, Yakov Sokolov with his score from Ukraine, and Leon Gut as well. So setting up, having falling on the first pass halfway through, keeping the toe foot close to. Oh, almost going down on that one. He's having to reset his balance as he makes his way through this run. Toe side and toe side reverse, wake line back, line front, line back, wake line front, and was extremely fortunate to be able to get himself out of that soup. Our penultimate skier, Tobias Vasali of Czechia. So just looking at this once again, and looks like he wasn't fully in control with that toe foot there for a good portion of the run. He was putting it down towards the standing foot. And using that short handle there to work his way through the step moves. But managing to make some good headway here. And if he scores anything higher than 28.20, then his path through to the final is all but certain. As we see our point scorers all the way down to 9th there, with Paul Schnogel just seems to have the knack for getting the one of the last places through to the 12 skier final. We're waiting on scores to come through for Franz Josef Stogginger. If it's anything more than the 28.20. The score held by Mathis Torrens of Switzerland, then he would have a pathway through to the next round. We await that score to come through for Franz Josef Stogginger. Tobias Vasali's score about to come through as well, not too long afterwards. Now, next skier. This is our final skier in the boys' Series 1 tricks in the U14 ski line back there. This is Buddy Carrington, keeping the handle close to his body as he goes in for the flips. There's 1, there's 2, recovering well on each one. Here comes the flip twist to the back, 750 points. Back and front there he goes, and he tries to go for the flip twister back to front there. That would have been 550 points. So a good sequence of tricks there, but he's well aware of what it's going to take to make it through to next round, so he's not there yet. There's the wake 5 back and going in for the ski line back to continue on with. Buddy Carrington going with the surface back-to-backs. Here comes the wake front, setting himself up for the first of his 3 flips that he had on this run. Boom. Sweet as a nut with those 2. But getting a little bit deep there. There we go. That was the flip twister towards the back. And yep, he did 3 out of the 4. So that sequence of flips would have given him somewheres north of about 2,300 points. That's 1,000 for the two back flips, and then an additional 1,300 points for the flip twist back to front and the flip twist front to back. But not able to do the back to front portion, so take away 550 points from that potential. And you see where he's currently standing right now. It's probably tricking more than 28-20, but he wants to make sure and wants to make absolute certain that he has enough points produced there to make it through to the boys U14 tricking final. Buddy Carrington. We're still waiting on the score for Franz Josef Stogginger and Tobias Vasali. There you see the reservoir. There you see the Stratos Lake, which is fed by the river coming in. There you go. Buddy Carrington moving nicely from one trick to the next. Toe wake front, toe slide reverse. Toho into wrap there, Toho out. And yes, he nails that pass. Yes. Looking good there, Buddy Carrington, all the way through. It should be enough. Should be enough to get more than 28-20. So still waiting on three scores, Buddy Carrington being one of them, Franz Josef being the other, and sandwiched in the middle, Tobias Vasali of Czechia. So as we get ready to go into our next event, which is the U17 Boys Series 3 Slalom. Looking strong here. Okay, so skiing here at the Stratos Lake, fed by the Achilles River, and which in turn feeds the Kostraki reservoir that is above it, the large expanse of water that you typically see with the aerial shots here. And there is the Kostraki reservoir, and here we'll take a little bit of a break just to build up the drama a little bit here, because we got three scores remaining. There is your current leaderboard. We don't anticipate that changing too much with the remaining three competitors, only insofar as it takes for them to make it through to the next round of the competition. A reminder that where we are at right now, it will take a score of north of 28-20 to qualify through to the finals, and in less than 11 minutes. We will go into our next event, which is the U17 Boys Series 3 Slalom. Stick around because by the time we get done with this break, we will have those three scores available to you from Franz Joe Stogginger, Tobias Vasali, and Buddy Carrington. All that and more to come right after this.
At Dana Marine, we make complex maritime operations safer, smarter, and more resilient. From marine assurance and emissions compliance to professional training and operational risk management, we combine engineering expertise, digital innovation, and global experience. Dana Marine.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
It's well known that Canada has produced many of the best skiers the world has ever seen. Well, more and more skiers are coming to realize Canada's Shuswap Ski and Board is one of the world's best pro shops. They stock D3, Radar, HO, Connolly, Reflex, Masterline, Syndicate, Stokes, Camaro, S-Lines, Eagle, KD, Stealth, Pegosky, O'Neill, and back them with Shuswap Ski and Board's performance and fit guarantee. Check them out online at shuswapsnb.com.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
For over 20 years, because times are always changing, the men and women of DNCA have been invested in future-oriented solutions through active and flexible conviction management. Times change, values remain. Entrust your savings to an asset management firm to meet your long-term financial goals. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
The perfect holiday isn't a destination. It's a feeling. That's why we don't sell packages. We listen. We design. We create journeys as individual as you are. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
At Dana Marine, we make complex maritime operations safer, smarter, and more resilient. From marine assurance and emissions compliance to professional training and operational risk management, we combine engineering expertise, digital innovation, and global experience. Dana Marine.
Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
It's always summer at Shoe Schwab Ski and Board isn't just a slogan. It's been a way of doing business for 30 years. Shoe Schwab Ski and Board keeps more summer gear on hand than any other shop in Canada. More wake surfers, water skis and wakeboards, more wetsuits, ski and board vests, water toys, and tons of pickleball gear too. Not only Canada's best selection, but the guaranteed lowest prices as well. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shoe Schwab Ski and Board online at shoeschwabsnb.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
All right then, so as we get ready for U17 boys series free slalom, we'll have a quick look at the leaderboard from our previous event, which is the U14 boys tricks qualification round. And there you see Franz Josef Stockinger. He's through to the next round of the competition with his score of 52.70. That's one of the three scores that we were hoping to get by the time we ended this break. Ivan Kukarunak from Italy with 44.60. Then Buddy Carrington with 43.50. Nikolaos Anatopoulos with 41.70, and Yakov Sokolov with 4,030, Kliber Smolik with 38.90, Mark Senko with 32.70, Mikolau Hanatenko with his score of 3,600 points, Leon Gut with his point score of 35.90. And here is the other score that we were anticipating getting the result for, of 3,200 points. 3,200 points there for Thomas Vasily. Then we see Harry Hanatenko with 31.60, and our And our skier that's made it to the 12th spot, yep, you guessed it, it's Paul Schnogel out of Austria. He's done this once, he's done this twice now, getting in 12 spots and qualified into both event finals that he's been eligible to ski in. So now, under 17 boys slalom series 3 about to take place out in the water, and we'll have a look at the running order. Max Roy Martinez, then Marcos Nicodemo from Cyprus, then Fyodor Ivanov, Danny Kolilet of Czechia, Ettore Serefrica from Italy, Sander Thiel Grombach from Denmark, Charlie Fern from Great Britain, Konstantinos Demudius from Greece, Lars Kuhner from Germany, and Matthias Raftopoulos for Greece. 10 skiers in this opening series. 12 skiers advance through to the next round of the competition. May the best person win. Themselves a spot through to the next round of the competition. Okay, the boat is at dockside right now, getting ready for our first competitor, who should be Max Roy Martinez. Just a few moments away from starting. So we're here at Stratos Lake, a lake which is fed by the Achilleos River, and in turn it feeds in the upstream the Kostraki Reservoir, which is the big expanse of water that sits almost on top of us here at Stratos Lake in Agrinio in the Hellenic Republic, or that is Greece. Now Agrinio was according to Greek mythology, the ancient city was founded by King Agrios at around the time of 1600 to 1100 BC. Its emblem, the city's seal, features Heracles, otherwise known as Hercules in Roman mythology, but Heracles is the Greek version. It shows him fighting the river god Achilles to win the hand of Deianira. Hopefully I pronounced that right, but those of you who are a particularly close study of Greek mythology and ancient Greek history will certainly know of those two characters, or three when you bring Achilles into the mix. This area was Greece's tobacco hub during the 19th and 20th century, but has grown a little bit beyond that assertion, and is now renowned as being a world-famous supplier of Agrinian olives. It's a stable agricultural product of here at the area, and this area is gateway to Lake Troconida, which is Greece's largest natural lake and known for its rich biodiversity. which probably goes hand in hand with the agricultural nature of this area. It's a strategic battleground due to its location near the Achilles River. Ancient Agrinio was frequently contested between the two main factions that made this a bit of a hot spot. And today's Agrinio, a massive city nearby here. It features a massive urban park donated by the Papastratos family. They were the main manufacturers of modern Agrinio. So just a few little tidbits, a few little facts about this area. And this Lake Stratos facility has hosted a whole bunch of European titled events, not least of all being this one. And the next European titled event that this venue will host will be next season, will be the U21 E&A Championship. The Europe and Africa U21 Championship will be coming to Agrinio next season. After that, it is the O35 and World Championships. And then there's the possibility of the World U21 Championships taking place the year after. All right, then let's get it on, shall we? Let's get on to slalom. Max Roy Martinez of Spain will be our lead-off skier in the U17 slalom elimination round competition. It looks like we're in the midst of a delay right now. So when we come back, we will be in a position to start off the under-17 boys slalom series 3. We'll be back right after this.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
In a world in motion, DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
Luxury means something different to everyone. A private island, a hidden villa, a journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, we take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
At Dana Marine, we make complex maritime operations safer, smarter, and more resilient. From marine assurance and emissions compliance to professional training and operational risk management, we combine engineering expertise, digital innovation, and global experience. Dana Marine.
All right, then, welcome back to continuing coverage of this, the IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Water Ski Championships. There is your running order. Max Roy Martinez, Marcus Nicodemo, Fyodor Ivanov, Danny Koleliot, Hitori Serefrika, Sander Thiel Grombeck, Charlie Fern, and the rest of the list is as you saw it just there. All right there, so let's see what we've got there for Max Roy Martinez. 16 meters. Skiing at 58 kilometers an hour for the opening run. Getting it done. Nicely skied there all the way through on the opening run. That is Max Roy Martinez. So Max Roy getting through the opening pass of 16 meters. He'll now work his way to 14.25 meters for the next run.
Okay.
.25 meters from Max Roy Martinez. Our skier from Spain. Okay, looking in good shape there on the opening two passes of 16 and 14. That is Max Roy Martinez. As a reminder, 12 skiers advance out of this elimination round series. U17 boys series 3 slalom. Then we're going to series 2, then series 1, and whoever is in the top 12 on the basis of their scores will move on to the event finals, which will take place during the course of this weekend. So Max Roy Martinez, his best score coming into this event is a 2.5 buoy on 12-meter score, and he's about a pass and a half away from that area right now, coming back in on 13 meters. This is Max Roy Martinez, a little flat-footed into number 1, but still able to make a turn there on number 2 and number 3, and getting further and further down course there as a consequence of some of those errors that came creeping into his technique. That is going to be 3 and it's going to be 3 1/2, 3.5 on 13 meters for Max Roy Martinez. And let's see what the rest of his competition does from here on out. Okay, so moving right along, we'll have Max Roy Martinez with his score of 3.5 on 13 meters as the target so far for our skiers to beat. Starting off with Marcus Nicodemo from Cyprus. So representing Cyprus and Marcus Nicodemo. Coming in at 52K on 18.25 meters to open up his account of this event. For those of you that are just joining us, welcome once again to the 2026 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships for U14s and U17s. Coming to you live from Agrinio in in the Hellenic Republic that is Greece. There we see Ricardo Bottas at the helm of that Nautique 200 towboat. Oh, getting in a little bit deep there off number 2 into number 3. Actually, from number 4 into number 5, I beg your pardon. That was at 52K, 18.25 meters. A late approach through the entrance gates. Ideally, you want to be as close to that right-hand gate ball as you can, without either going over it or making contact with it. And despite 1 or 2 hiccups here, he looked very, very well set to run it, but he just overloaded there off number 4 and was sent careening into the water there. So that is either going to be 3.5 or 4. I believe it is a 3.5 because he started to fall before he had got past the second wake. So Marcos Nicodemou, and the ski started making contact with the line, and by the time he recovered, he was already in a pretty unsustainable position going forwards. So it looks like it's going to be 3.5 at 52K, 18.25 meters. So moving swiftly on from him, we go on to Fyodor Ivanu. Who, according to my list, is actually the only Belarusian competitor in the under 17 boys slalom. You see a whole lot more of them competing in the tricks event that we've seen on at least a couple of occasions over the last days worth of competition. But so far as slaloming goes, not nearly as many on their slalom squads as they are on tricks. Fyodor Ivanu from Belarus. 55K, 14.25 meters, going sub-max here. The max speed for this division, by the way, is 58K. This is Fyodor Ivanu. Certainly not making that pass look at all comfortable. But just making it through there at 55K, 18.25 meters. Yep, certainly closer to the right-hand gate ball, comparing him with Marcus Nicodemou of Cyprus, our previous skier. So 58K, 14.25 meters. Starting at a 14.25 meters at 55, now coming back at max speed, which he must clear in order to shorten the line from where it is right now. Sets his edges well from one side to the next. 58K, 14.25 meters. Looking good, looking highly impressive out there. That is Faidar Ivanu. So looking at this from Faidar Ivanu, he's the best scorer in this event. And he did it last season at 55K at 11.25 meters, skiing in the U14 Slalom Championship of Europe. But now he's U17, and his best scorer coming into this event and skiing under the specifications of U17. His best score has been 1.5 on 12 meters. So now here he comes on 13 meters. He's achieved a pass at max speed at 14.25 meters now. This is 13. 5 Faidar Ivanu. Looking good here. And until we got to number 4, that is, unfortunately collapsing there as he tried to bring the handle in. So it looks like it is going to be another score of 3.5. Only this time it's going to be on 13 meters, which currently puts him into a two-way tie with Max Roy Martinez. So a two-way tie for the lead existing between Max Roy Martinez and Faidar Ivanu. And we saw this a little bit of a while ago in the U14 boys slalom elimination round, where we had a couple of tied scores, or at least a couple of closely matched scores on 13 meters, and we're seeing that at this early stage right now. So looking at Faidar once again. Try to get on the handle as quickly as possible, round number 4. And getting on the gas that soon releases pressure off the ski and puts it into a bit of a tailspin. All right, 3.5 on 30 meters there. Now we're on to Danny Koliat from Czechia. So at 55.16, he opens up his account in these championships. All right, moving right along. Our fourth skier on the water right now is Danny Koliat. From the nation of Czechia. This is Danny Koliat. He'll now pull out to go on to the next pass. So we'll have a quick look at what he did there on the opening pass with the benefit of our instant replay. Pretty close there to the right-hand gate ball, but well clear of it. Then once he got round the first couple of buoys, he established a pretty rock-solid rhythm and was able to get through that pass without too many hiccups at all. Okay, moving on to the next pass. This should be at 58k now. Having run through 55 on the opener on 16 meters, indeed it is. 16 meters at max speed, which is 58k. Looking good, looking impressive there. That is Danny Kalilat of the Czech Republic, and now working his way to the next line length shortening from 16 meters. It is going to be 14.25 meters next. Boat speed remaining the same at the maximum speed of 58 kilometers an hour or 36 miles an hour. So now, having run 16 twice, once at 55 and once at 58, he's now looking to come in on 14.25 meters at max speed now. Getting hooked up there on buoy number 1 and number 2 and 3. Looking in good shape for number 4, and number 5 doesn't look all that bad either. He gets the job done. Just a quick reminder that by the time we get to Series 1, there will be 12 skiers on that list. So we will not have the benefit of having like the last person having led the previous 2 series to determine who has to be beaten in order to progress. This time around, the very first skier in the men's Series 1 has to ski better than any of those that have competed before. From the Czech Republic, it is Danny Kalilat. Meters now. Top score is 3.5. There's 1, there's 2. Here's number 3, always getting tight here. Round number 4, he has the lead. Danny Kalita, and very, very close to running it and scoring 4.5. Danny Kalilat. Four and a half on 13 meters. He now establishes a lead. But is that lead going to hold on long enough? Maybe not for its authentic lead position, but maybe just enough to see him through to the next round of the competition. We won't know that for at least another at least another 16 or so skiers, or even more than that when I look at the numbers of skiers that we have on the list. There's 6 remaining in this series. There is 12 to go in Series 2. So by about the 18th skier from this point onwards, we will have an early indication, the earliest indication that we can make as to who's made it through to the slalom final. We're halfway through Series 3. So at 16 meters at 58K, this is Ettore Serafrica from Italia, who trains over in Rocchetto in a part of Italy that's not too far away from Milano, skiing over in the Piemonte region. Okay, Ettore getting through 60 meters at 58K without too many problems at all. Is now looking for a 14.25 meter run coming up next. There we see our chief judge there, Candido Moz, trying to keep a pretty tightly run ship going forwards. Ettore Serafrica right then, 14.25 meters, a little loose off number 5, but still managing to make a play on number 6 and runs that pass. That is Ettore Serafrica. So having pulled out to ready the rope to be shortened from 14 to 13 meters, we're looking at the instant replay now of Ettore Serafrica. Okay, just a little bit on the back of the ski off number 5, but he had an early enough approach into it to where there wasn't much that could potentially go wrong. Ettore Serafrica coming in on 13 meters, needing more than 4.5 to take the lead here. There's 1, there's number 2. Keeping everything flowing here. There's 4.5, there's 5, and inside buoy number 6, so he's taken the lead, but not by much though. 5 on 13 meters at 58K for Ettore Serafrica from Italia. So the boat is making its way back with Ettore. Ettore, South Africa, is our lead skier now. He's taken that lead away from Danny Kalilat, who had the lead of 4.5 on 13 meters, and Ettore scored 5. Next competitor up is going to be Sander Til Grombeck. All right, so, whoa. The rope tightening up a little bit there for Sander Til Grombeck, wearing bib number 51. Seem to be rushing a little bit to get this event completed. Hopefully that doesn't spell too much of a problem there for Sander Til Grombeck. All right, we await the speed and the line length for Sander Til Grombeck, who's training for this competition, has involved a trip down from his native Denmark to the northern part of Italy, where we'd find the Jolly Ski facility. $55K, 16 meters. Oh, and wow. And looks like we've got the buoy gremlins back in play now, because it looks like number 2 has popped off its fixings. We'll have a look at this again. It was a little late through the entrance gates, but it shouldn't have been enough. There was the buoy, and there it should have been, and there it wasn't. So there we go. That is Sander Til Grombeck. He's going to get a re-rider for that run. All right there. So Sander Til Grombeck will be brought back towards the dock. In the meantime, we'll fix that buoy. And when we come back, we'll have the continuation of its performance next.
Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers.
Okay, Sander Teal Grombeck coming into the course. Opening pass 55k, 16 meters. Should have a little bit of an easier time getting around number 2, seeing as it's there now. So Sander Teal Grombeck. Oh, nicely done with all 6 buoys on the pass number 1, 16 meters at 55k. Now, in order for him to shorten the line to 40 meters, he's going to have to go 1 speed higher, which is 58k. We'll see if he can do that with the next run. Sander Teal Grombeck. All right, moving right along. We've got 16 meters at 58k now. For Sander Teal Grombeck of Denmark, skier number 8 on this list in the Series 3 boys slalom event. Oh, and getting in a little bit deep now, and that was Sander Teal Grombeck on 16 meters at 58k and scoring 2.5 there. For his a total 2.5 at 16 meters for Sander Teal Grombeck. There's 1, there's number 2, and just tried to get that ski to bite a little bit more at the end, and maybe give him a little bit more angle to get out wide of the turn that needed to make a big effort on in order to run the pass, resulting in a score of 2.5 on 16 meters. That is Sander Teal Grombeck. Now, next competitor up is going to be Charlie Fern. Now, Charlie Fern, who yesterday tricked 35.10, 3,510 to place in 13th spot. will be looking for something a little bit closer to qualification for the next round. The next round being the final, of course. U17 boys slalom, 55k 16 meters. This is Charlie Fern. All right on time there. That is Charlie Fern. A little bit of a bounce there into number 5, but for the most part, he appears to have a pretty good control over his effort out there. That was at 55k 16 meters. And now getting ready for the same line length pass, but the boat speed has been jacked up from 55k to 58. Here he comes, 16 meters at 58k. Broken over at the waist, but still managing to get back in and to stay there. There's number 4, there's number 5, and he should get round number 6 on 16 meters. Much to the delight of the GBR crowd, that is Charlie Fern. Okay, now approaching the course. In just a moment here at 14.25 meters, the boat remaining at a constant 58k or 36 miles an hour. 14.25 meters is the equivalent to 28 feet off the standard 75-foot line, leaving him with 47 feet to make his way around all of these buoys. Here we go, now 14. Okay, so wonderfully composed here, except for number 5, but he had enough room ahead on the slalom course to be able to make that look a little less dramatic at the very end. That is Charlie Fern, and now getting ready for 13 meters. All right, so team manager for Team GBR. That is Benjamin Turp watching on. And and seeing a Charlie Fern. Let's see his attempt on 13 meters. There's number 1. Getting a little bit twisted into number 2, but managing to stay there on number 3. Come on, Charlie, keep going on. And inside buoy number 5, but it's a 4 buoy count. 4 buoys on 13 meters. That currently puts him in the 3rd place right now, behind Danny Kalilat, and behind our skier who produced 5 at 13 meters. That is Itori Serafika. So looking at this once again, he had a pretty darn good start in the first half of the first third of the run, but he got a little bit pinged there off a number 3, and that sent him a little bit narrow into number 4. And when you start running narrow, then you start running out of options. But it's a good little performance for Charlie Fern, as we go to Konstantinos Dimodias. Konstantino Dimodias at 58k 16 meters for his opener. Let's see how he gets along. All right, not bad at all. 16 meters and 58k. So in the U17 boys, Series 3, it continues right along. We're down to our final 3 skiers in the Series 3 before we go into Series 2. Then we've got 12 skiers in Series 1, and a reminder that 12 skiers advance through to the slalom final. There is your current leaderboard. We have South Africa with a 5 on 13 meters currently holding the lead against Danny Kalilat and Charlie Fern in the top 3. Konstantinos Dimodias, 14.25 meters now, having run through 60 meters at 58k. Yes, and looking early and wide and able to run that pass with immaculate ease there. That is Konstantinos Dimodias. All right, so 2 passes under his belt. Konstantinos Dimodias. All right, here we go. This is now 13 meters, having started on 16 and coming back on 14 for 2 complete passes. before he got to this point. And getting inside a buoy number 4, so he'll be awarded 3 on 13 meters. The scorings are pretty tight right now, with most of the passes that we've seen ending off on 13 meters. So Constantino Dimodius will be brought back to the dock. I'm sure he'll get a smattering of applause from the local Greek crowd here. Konstantinos Dimodius, 3 on 13 meters. Now, next competitor up from Germany is going to be Lars Kuhner. All right there, Lars Kuhner now. .58K, 16 meters. Lars Kuhner, who's not the only one who's skied in European Championship action. His mom, MK Kuhner, competes at the O35 European Championships on a fairly regular basis, and Lars Kuhner following in her footsteps, so to speak, competing here at the 2026 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships, contested between U14 section and U17. Win the U17 Boys Slalom Series 3. So gone through the earlier pass, the first pass. Let's see what he does from here on out. This is Germany's Lars Kuhner. All right, here we go now. Entrance number 1, 14.25 meters. He started off on 16 at 58K. Trains over at Jolly Ski over in San Gervasio Bresciano. And looking strong out there. And speaking about Jolly Ski and San Gervasio Bresciano, I believe, to the best of my knowledge, that that site could well be hosting a European Championships of some description. So yes, speaking about Jolly Ski, next year's Europe and Africa Youth Championships for 2027 will be hosted there in northern Italy. And I'm sure that Lars will be chomping at the bit to compete in those, being on his virtual home water. But for the time being, he's gotten through 16 and 14 in successive runs. This is Lars Kuhne. 13 meters now is approach coming into the course. Needing more than 5 on this pass to take the lead away from Itori, South Africa. There's number 1 on 13 meters. There's 2 and 3. And inside buoy number 4. So there you go. That is going to be a 3 buoy count there for Lars Kuhne. And I'm already seeing that there could be the potential of a multiple way runoff in the mix there, if the expected scores do not come through from some of our competitors in Series 2, and even more to the case in Series 1. Then the potential is there. As we have a look at Lars Kuhne, pretty close to the right-hand gate ball there. 58K, 16 meters. He started in at, and then he continues to ski all the way to 13 meters and inside buoy number 4. So there we go. That is a 3 buoy count on 13 meters. And now we're going to see Mathios Raftopoulos from Greece to end off Series 3 slalom. As we take a look once again at Lars Kuhne on 13 meters. Arriving late there on number 3 and even later into number 4. So, Mathias Raftopoulos coming up next. All right, moving right along, we got Mathias Raftopoulos from Greece. .58K, 16 meters. All getting into a little bit of a situation there. Round number 5, but still making a decent play on number 6. A little bit of a nervous disposition with the opening pass of 6 buoys up to 16 meters, and now getting ready for 14.25 meters coming up next. Okay, this is Mathaus Raftopoulos from Greece. 14.25 meters, having started at 16 meters at 58K. A little bit down course here, but still managing to make some decent plays on that run and gets the job done with a 6 buoy count through the exit gate for Mathias Raftopoulos. All right there, Matthias Raftopoulos from Greece now, completing the U17 boys at Series 3 of Slalom with this performance right here on 13 meters. Let's see if he can make the kind of play that will lead him to get onto 12 meters. Keeping it going off number 3, round number 4. Can he make a play on 5? Yes, he can. Can he get round number 6? Through the exit gates, and he will have a chance on 12 meters. Coming up next, he is your lead skier by 1 buoy and still continuing to compete. Matthias Raftopoulos. Okay, so Matthias Raftopoulos was looking rather nervy there for a while, at least on the remaining 2/3 of that run, but he came through clutch on 13 meters, and now he has a genuine chance of making it through to the next round of the competition. We won't know for certain, but until we get completely through a Series 2, but anything on 12 meters is going to help. There he is, round 1 buoy on 12. He scores half a buoy. He takes the lead as the only skier to get to the 12-meter line. And that puts him ahead of Vittorio Serafrica. Just tried to go for the elbow slam and nothing was doing there as a result there. But there we go. That is Matthias Raftopoulos. We're going to have a quick look at the leaderboard. Matthias Raftopoulos, half on 12 meters. Vittorio Serafrica with 5 on 13. Danny Colliet with 4.5 at 13. Charlie Fern with a 5 buoy count, with a 4 buoy count on 13 meters, and you see the rest of the results. Here is the running order for boys Series 2. Leonard Martinov, Sebastian Bergsoden, Philippos Silvestrius, Francisco Jose Simons, Leonidas Perkares from Greece, Isaac Donestall of Sweden, Nathan Botcher of Germany, Malta Mattensen from Sweden, Aurelien Marmi from the Kingdom of Morocco, Alice Poliador from Czechia, Paul Sassman of Austria, and Leon Vermeulen of Belgium. Okay, we move straight away onto Series 2. This is Leonard Martinov from Ukraine. 16 meters at 58K. Getting in a little bit deep on some of these turns, but managing to prevail for his nation, Ukraine. Originally out of Dnipro, which is the home of the Sentosa water ski facility, regarded as one of the best in Europe, but is kind of falling a little bit on hard times with the geopolitical conflict that's currently raging in his homeland. Probably doesn't get to see Dnipro all that much, but he's still competing and he's still fighting for Ukraine. So Leonard Martinov through 16 meters and now has a shot at 14.25 meters coming up right now. .25 meters. Just trying to stay steady here and try not to move too much on the ski in the turn. But moving plenty behind the boat. Whoa, and I don't know what happened there, but I mean, he looked fairly certain that he was going to run that pass, and it looks like it's going to be a 6 buoy count with no continuation. So he's not going to have the chance to try a 13-meter run, despite his best efforts to run 14.25 meters. He got round number 3 and number 4 just fine, and number 5 and number 6 looked fairly normal. And he gets round number 6, and he just forgot to put that outside hand on to grip the handle, so it's going to be a 6 buoy count. 6 buoys on 13 meters, on 14.25 meters, I beg your pardon. So now moving right along from Leonard Martinov, we go to Sebastian Bergsodden of Norway. So 5.5 on 14 is the confirmed score for Leonard Martinov. Welcome back to live coverage of this, the 2026 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships. Coming to you from Agrinio in the Hellenic Republic that is Greece. So our second skier about to take to the water, coming to us out of Norway. And probably not used to this much warmth and sunshine where he's from, but it is Sebastian Bergsodden. I don't know what quite is happening here. Looks like they're changing out ropes, changing out handles, all sorts going on here. Okay, Sebastian Bergsodden from Norway. .58K, 16 meters. And successfully completed. Sebastian Bergsodden from Norway. The opening pass of 16 was completed at 58K, and now he'll move on to 14.25 meters, but we'll have a look at the instant replay first. Really, really close to the gate buoy. All right, rocking and rolling now. We're moving on from 16. This is now 14.25 meters for Sebastian Bergsodden. A good turn and good hook up off buoy number 1, and same can be applied for number 2. And the rest looks fairly much in touch there. Getting the task complete. 6 buoys on 14.25 meters, now turning his attention to 13 meters. This is Sebastian Bergsodden of Norway. All right, then getting ready to get back on top of the water for another pass. This time it's going to be 13 meters. And it is the pass that will be attempted by Sebastian Bergsodden. Entrance round number 1 and number 2 of 13 meters, looking to become only the second person to run 13 meters so far today, and he does so. So Sebastian Bergsodden getting set up for 12 meters. Now, this is a golden opportunity for him in every sense of the word, you know, because not that many people have run the 12 meters. He is by the results that we've seen so far, been only the second competitor to run through 13 meters. But if he can get deep enough down 12, then every buoy he gets brings him closer to maybe making an appearance through to the U17 boys at Slalom final, which will take place later on this weekend. We are in the preliminary round, and we are in the second series of skiers. The current lead score is courtesy of Mathaos Raftopoulos of Greece. Entrance, now round number 1, he's taken the lead. There's number 2, he's still there, you know. He's round number 3. There we go. This is Sebastian Bergsjøen of Norway, and look at him go on the U17. In the U17 competition in the preliminary round, and is he beyond delighted? He is just absolutely beside himself with joy. All right then, so Norway has the potential of sending a skier through to the next round of the competition. So now, our second skier off the dock, and we'll know within about 11 skiers whether he is... and a little bit of drama ensuing as well, because looks like the gates are under review here. So waiting for the gate call to be approved before he goes on to 11.25 meters. And the slap of the water confirms, unfortunately, he is going to get a 0 buoy count on 12 meters, unfortunately, there for him. It is good enough for a second place at the moment, but he knows that there are capable, very, very capable skiers to come. And the gate call was actually on the end gates there, so it's going to be a 6 buoy count on 12 meters. 6 and no continuation there from him. But all is not lost. Looks like we got a little bit of a situation with our rope here. Or maybe not so much a rope, maybe some other foreign object debris in the water. So we have a new leader, that is Sebastian Bergsjøen. And now we're going to go to Philippos Silvestrius of Greece. So plenty of drama so far in the boys slalom series 2, with Sebastian Bergsjøen being denied the chance of going on to the next pass, which is 11.25 meters. There we go, Philippos Silvestrius there with that opening run. I would looking at this particular run and looking in very, very good shape here, making sure that he gets inside the gate buoys. So around the dockside area, some of our next skiers getting ready. Jose Francisco Simeone is getting ready to go next. But Greece continuing on with their next skier on the water right now. This is Philippos Silvestrius. This is 14.25 meters now. Very aggressively getting up behind the boat and getting a good release into his inside edge there. For each instance of his turns. Philippos Silvestrius from Greece as he sinks into the water and gets ready for pass number 3. 16 and 14 successfully run. He's now going to attempt 13 meters for the next run. That is Philippos Silvestrius. All right there, Philippos Silvestrius. "13 meters now. And making a good play here on all 6 buoys on 13 meters. The hometown Greek crowd here at Grigno are certainly enjoying what they're seeing right now out of Philippos Silvestrius. All right, then here we go. This is Philippos Silvestrius now. This is 12 meters. Trying to hold his width prior to the gate shot. This is the blue loop. There's 1, there's number 2. There's round number 3. On the back of the ski is inside buoy number 4. But it is a 3 buoy count on 12 meters there for Philippos Silvestrius. And could that be enough to see him through to the next round? We'll know in about 10 or 11 skiers from now. But a good, solid position performance there for Filipas Silvestrius. Inside number 4, but he did well to get round the first half of the course. From Greece, Filipas Silvestrius. All right, then approaching the course now from Portugal. This is Francisco Jose Simo. 14.25 meter start. There, nicely done. So Francisco Jose Simões from Portugal is looking particularly good on pass number 1. We'll see what he does with his encore showing for pass number 2. Ended up in 8th spot last year in the U17 men's slalom competition with a 1 buoy count at 11.25 meters in the elimination round and 4.5 in the final. Let's see if he can do better this time around in what is what could well be his last appearance in the European U17 Championships. But there you go, that is his second run, and gets all 6 buoys there. I believe that was 13 meters coming back. We'll double check on that. So he's at 13 meters. So whipping that ski hard round underneath the line. Keeping everything working forwards and purposefully executing these turns. All right, approaching the course right here, right now on the next run, which is going to be 12 meters. Ran for this pass this time last season in the same championship. Look at him go from one side of the course to the next, and it is 12 meters, and he gets the job done. So approaching the same kind of score that he produced last season, which was a 1 buoy count at 11.25 meters. So Francisco Jose Simo. So Francisco Jose from Portugal, now on 11.25 meters and with a real genuine chance of making it through to the next round of the competition. He is currently in the lead right now, actually tied with the lead with zero at 11.25 meters, same buoy count as 6 on 12 meters. Let's have a look and see what he has. He has taken the lead outright to the tune of 1/2 of a buoy. 1/2 at 11.25 meters. And that belongs to Francisco Jose Simo of Portugal. We're about 1/3 of the way down the list there for U17 boys, a Series 2 slalom. So collapsing round buoy number 1, but he inflicted damage upon the field of skiers that have skied so far, to the tune of taking the lead with 1/2 a buoy on 11. Leonidas Pardikaris coming in for Greece. 58K, 16 meters. Let's see what he has for us now. Right there, 16 meters. Keeping the flow going from one end of the course to the next. A good stout opening pass certainly will build his confidence going forwards. And confidence is certainly what the Greek crowd has in abundance for their competitors in these U17 boys slalom event. So Greece continuing to fight on with their skier. They have one more skier in the mix, and he'll be our second to last skier to take to the water, and that is Yannis Kosathanos. He'll be almost right at the very end of the slalom in list in Series 1. Leonidas Pardikaris. A little bit of a delay there on buoy number 3, but managing to hold his nerve long enough to get round 5 and round number 6. So Leonidas Pardikaris. So getting the job done on that second run, which was on 14.25 meters. right, let's have a look and see what Leonidas Pardikaris can produce here. He's gone through 16. He's approaching the course on 14.25 meters. Oh, and Leonidas getting into a bit of a struggle there on the 13 meters, but managing to prevail. So managing to get through this run on 13, a very, very quick turn for the entrance gate. And that kind of forced him a little bit narrow into number one, but managing to get round buoy number two. Okay, so from what I understand, the skier is changing his letter, B2 to B1. B1 means a little bit less of an intensive response there. So looking for a little bit of a lighter intensity in terms of a completion of the pull from one side to the next. And there we go. That is a 1 on 12 meters. Is that going to be enough, however? So Leonidas Pardikaris skis back to the shore. His mission completed. But is it going to be enough to ensure that he makes it through to the next round of the competition? We won't know for another 7 or 8 skiers. We'll know in 8 skiers' time. But we can only make guesstimations and assumptions between now and then as to who has possibly made it through to the next round. But in the lead right now is Jose Francisco Simões of Portugal, who is the only skier to have put a score beyond a 0 on 11.25 meters. Okay, so Jose Francisco in the lead with half on 11.25 meters as we get ready to introduce our next skier coming to us out of Sweden, Isaac Donnerstall. Okay, 60 meters at 58K for Isaac Donnerstall. Riding with A2 as his setting, his initial setting. I say that because one of the choices that the skier can make in between passes is changing the letter, or indeed the number on 0 off, or indeed both. There are 9 default settings on 0 off, ranging from A1 all the way through to C3. And if you're really, really frisky, You can add an additional 9 to that list when you factor in the plus settings. So giving a grand total of 18 potential settings for zero off, and that provides for a bespoke experience behind the boat as a slaloming athlete. Okay, here we go. Isaac Donestor out of Sweden. Here's the first buoy on 14.25 meters. That was the beginning of the pass, and this is the end. Little bit of ripple of appreciation there for what Isaac Donestor has been able to do thus far on 14.25 meters. Now getting ready for 13 meters. So now readying ourselves for the next pass for Isaac Donestor, wearing bib 117. So let's see what he can do coming back on 13 meters. An ever critical pass now. There's one and number 2. 3. Oh, and bringing the handle into his outside hip just a little bit too quickly there. So it is going to be a score of 3 1/2 for him, 3.5 on 13 meters. And that may not be enough going forwards. So as we getting closer and closer towards the area of our list where we can start making prognostications as to who has possibly made it through to the slalom final. We can only tell you before then who is in the lead and who has the positions directly below that leader, and maybe make some assertions as to their chances of making it through based upon what we know about the skiers' ability to do to make that kind of performance going forwards. Isaac Donestor, for his part, was not patient enough to let that ski come round before pushing on the back of the ski. So now that was Isaac Donestor. Nathan Botcher is going to be next, and he represents Germany. All right, then, wearing bib 87. Nathan Barcher. So 60 meters at 58K for Nathan Barcher. Just trying to maintain a good path here and not trying to overdo it on that opening pass there. That is 60 meters at 58K for Nathan Barcher. Next pass for him is going to be an attempt at 14.25 meters. All right there, here comes Nathan. He started off on 16, is now coming in on 14.25 meters. Getting it. Looking good here, and he is able to get through that run without too many problems whatsoever. So representing Germany, it's Nathan Barcher. Okay, here we go. This is Nathan Barcher of Germany on 30 meters. As I said before, on 30 meters, it's becoming a pass that is needing to be run here out of necessity, and it is going to be a 4-buoy count there for Nathan Barcher. We're in the portion of the event now where we're getting close enough towards the Series 1. Slalom skiers are so close that one can almost taste it. So 5 skiers to go before we go on to Series 1. We're getting closer to setting a potential target of what is necessary to make it through to the next round of the competition, the slalom finals in the U17. So Nathan Barcher tried to bleed off a bit of speed prior to his entrance gates, and just got high-sided through the entrance gates into buoy number 1. and just was not in a position to commit fully off from number 1 into number 2, or indeed 3 into 4. Just got off his edges and was unable to continue on beyond that point. So there we go. That is a 4 buoy count on 13 meters. Still, the top score is half a buoy on 11.25 meters. And so far as Jose Simo is concerned, it's looking pretty good now for the potential of him to be seen skiing in the slalom finals. So 55K, 16 meters. Now going sub-max here for Malte Martensen of Sweden. So maybe this is the way to go. 55K, 16 meters. Just trying to get into some semblance of rhythm out there. 55K, 16 meters. He'll now go on to the next high speed of 58K, 16 meters. So a whole hive of activity going on as they continue to bring on slalom skiers one at a time. We still got Yanis Kosathanos to ski. Our second to last athlete in Series 1, so we'll okay, so from what I understand, the skier was pulled at 58K at 16 meters instead of 55K at 16 meters, which is what he requested. The skier was presented his options. He'll continue on at 58K, 14.25 meters. Malte Martensen. Nicely performed there after getting past that error in terms of pulling him in on the boat speed being a little too quick for him. But now he's getting ready for 13 meters coming up next. This is Malte Martensen of Sweden. Okay, there is your leaderboard right now. Jose Francisco Samo is on half a buoy at 11.25 meters. The only person to have made a score, a bona fide score on to 11.25 meters. Getting a little bit strung out off buoy number 1 on 13 meters. This is Malte Martinsen. All getting a little bit pulled out of position there and getting the ski round number 5 and scoring 4.5. So we've seen a number of instances where the skier has gone as far as 13 meters and 12, but just not coming through with a score that can seriously challenge the score from Jose Francisco. And no, each time this happens, Jose Francisco Samo is just feeling a little bit more confident about his chances of maybe making another appearance in the U17 boys slalom in final. Did so last season with his 1 buoy scored 11.25 meters. We'll see if his half a buoy score on 11.25 meters this season is going to be enough to carry the day for him. Next skier to take to the water from the Kingdom of Morocco, Aurélien Malmy. So skiing with the bib of 99, number of 99. Now he is the sole reason why we named this competition the Europe and Africa Youth Championship. The one and only participant coming out of Africa, specifically from the Kingdom of Morocco. This is Aurélien Malmy. Here we go, Aurélien Malmy. I believe this rope is at 16 meters at 58K. Trying not to overload himself at the tail end of the turns, especially on his weak side turn of 135. He is a righty, which means that he has a good start through the entrance gates, but he had to stay patient into number 1 so that he can reassess his balance and continue on with the pass as far as he can make it. There is the gate under review here. Oh wow, that's about the clearest indication that you will find there of ruling on the gate shot. Now so Aurélien Malmy certainly living life dangerously out there. And we're going to get a ruling from our officials as to whether he made it through the entrance gates properly.
Okay.
All right then, gate approved. I've seen gate shots like that haven't been approved in the past, so he is rather fortunate to have gotten away with that. I don't think he would want to chance his luck again, at least not in the same set. This is Aurelian Malmy. Let's see if he can convert some of that that fortune, that good fortune that he was bestowed upon him. But there you go. That is Aurelian Malmy. I'm sure one or two of you will probably do a I'm sure some of you out there are probably taking a screenshot of that entrance gates, and lo and behold, we have to mention gates again, because this gate shot is under review now. I mentioned during the past that he was lucky once. We'll see if he's lucky again. And if he is that fortunate, he should go right ahead and buy a lottery ticket. So there we go. We didn't have the benefit of seeing the gate shot from the opposite end, but let's have a look and see if he can chance his luck this time as well. Entrance number 1. This is 13 meters. If he can make it with the gate, then he will be in good shape for maybe making it through to the boys' slalom final. Haven't heard anything from our officials quite yet. But let's have a look at this gate shot now. Yes, far better. Didn't make any contact with the buoy this time around, or was anywhere close to it. So that is Aurelian Malmy, who's had not one but 2 gate reviews so far in this competition, and has prevailed on both of them. And he's cleared through 13 and will now have a chance at 12. So Aurelian Malmy. All right there, so Aurelian Malmy coming into the course, being driven there by Ricardo Botas. Aurelian through the entrance course. This is 12 meters. Oh, and he just dunks it around the buoy number 1. Just had angle, but also had speed. And unfortunately, you can have one, and it's preferable to the other. But if you have the other almost exclusively, then you've got very little hope here of concluding this pass successfully. It's half a buoy on 12 meters. Half on 12 meters, and that keeps him in contention. Not enough to immediately take the lead, mind you, but that currently belongs to Jose Francisco Simo. Still in the lead. Malmy is now in the top 5. Bergsoden in second, Silvestris in third, and Podocaris in 4th. We'll know within about 4 skiers' time at 55K, 14.25 meters. He's going sub-max here. Now, sub-max means a boat speed at less than maximum speed. There you go. Good skiing, well composed and well executed. So through the entry gates cleanly and getting round number 1. And getting through the opening pass. Here we are in the U17 boys, the Series 2. We are a third from last skier to take to the water. This is Ales Poliador of Czechia. So now Ales Poliador. Gate approved on that opening pass. $16 meters for the opener. For the return pass of 14.25 meters. This is Ales Poliador from Czechia. Check it out. Looking good here, Ales Poliador, who tricked yesterday, and I believe actually made it into the tricking finals. Ales Poliador, made it into the tricking finals, having scored 42.60, which puts him halfway down the leaderboard after that event. And I haven't heard any word to the contrary about the trick results from yesterday. So Ales Poliador will be part of that action, and hopefully will be looking to try and replicate the feat for slalom as well, as one of our next skiers, or at least one of the first skiers from Germany in the Series 1 will be competing. He's already stretching out right now. Ales Poliador. Okay, this is Ales Poliador wearing bib number 44. Now, because we have 12 skiers in Series 1 and 12 skiers going through to the next round, we will not be able to make a definite guesstimation as to who will be a part of the final round until we get past the number 1 skier in Series 1. Looking good. This is 12 meters for Ales Poliador. Yes! There, the fist goes up and it's high. So 14 and 13 and 12. So looking good now. Looking good for maybe a spot through to next round if his scorer takes the lead and remains unchallenged for the next 3 competitors. Then he would have a final round appearance sometime during the course of this weekend in the slalom event on lock. All right then, so we have Alice Poliador, and this now is 11.25 meters. Anything more than a half will take the lead, and he has that. There's 1, there's number 2, and 2 buoys at 11.25 meters for Alice Poliador. So he has the lead. He's taken that away from Jose Francisco Samo of Portugal. So in the lead is Czechia with Alice Poliador. So Alice Poliador, a slow start off number 1, but I detect that was a little bit deliberate because he only needed to get past 1 for the lead. And got round 2 as a little extra. Alice Poliador suffering a little bit from a dislocated shoulder. And while he competed in the tricks event, he was certainly not 100% fit. However, his point score of over 4,000 points was enough to see him through to that final as well yesterday. And he's going to have to wait 3 skiers, though, to see if whatever he's done here in the slalom elimination round is enough for him to be a participant in the boys U17 slalom final.
A little bit of wind feels amazing.
All right then, moving right along, we move on from Czechia to Austria. Skier coming up next is Paul Sassman. Okay, here we go now. This is Paul Sassman out of Austria. 58K, 16 meters. Just trying to ease its way into this effort here. And trying not to overwork this pass. 16 meters is certainly a little bit easier to be able to control momentum and width and all that kind of stuff, but there's still the possibility that you could overshoot the buoys on 16 meters because the rope is still relatively long at 53 feet or 16 meters. At 16 meters, there's about 4.5 feet remaining before you get to the line lengths. 4.5 meters, I should say, before you get into the line lengths that are very, very close to being less than the width of the slalom course. Slalom course is 11.5 meters wide. There are line length shortenings that go shorter than that. We haven't seen them yet. We actually have seen those shorten at least a couple of times. With 2 at 11 being the top score there, and half a buoy at 11.25 meters, our second place score for Jose Francisco Simoes. And Alice Polidor getting 2 on 11 as well, and both of those lengths come up short of the course width by 1/4 of a meter. Looked good for the most part. So get through the exit gates, and we're now bringing him into the course. Once again, it should be a 30-meter attempt, if I'm not mistaken. All right then, so Paul Sassman on 30 meters out of Austria. There's number 1 and number 2. A little bit loose into number... Oh no! And he crashes into buoy number 4 in a ball of spray. Wow. I hope John Horton doesn't mind me mentioning that, but there you go. So Paul Sassman there just getting a little bit pitch forward off number 1 and setting into motion here a whole bunch of circumstances that he did not want to be a part of, especially being late there off number 3 into number 4 and just crashing into the water, getting 3 buoys there, or it might actually turn out to be 2.5 depending upon what the judges' call ends up being. Now, the difference between 3 and 2.5 is all down to the skiing position. He gets round 2. He establishes the half here. Now, does he start falling before? That is going to be a judge's call. I believe, from my perspective, it's 3, because he doesn't start falling until he hits the second wake, and which is way past the middle of the wake. And 3 buoys is confirmed. Now, big news, big shocker here. Leon Vermeulen is not ready to ski. He is a no-show. So there we have a look at the leaderboard. Now, in order to make it through to the final for absolute certain, right from the get-go, a score of more than 2 at 11.25 meters is necessary. If that is not achieved with our first skier, then we go on to the next largest score, which is half a buoy at 11.25 meters. And there we go, and we keep rolling on from there with skiers coming up short of each of those totals and putting the associated skiers through to the next round. Sebastian Bergolden in 3rd, and then we got Philippos Silvestrius and Leonidas Pakaris. You get the picture. All right, so now it's time to start filling out some names for the finals, and that starts off with the next competitor. I believe that they're filling out the boat around about now. Okay, so we're gonna fill up the boat, and you know, here at the 2026 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships, we're all about giving people a break, and here's yours.
For 30 years now, Canada's #1 water sports pro shop, Shuswap Ski and Board, has been supporting the sport they love through extensive athlete and event sponsorship, donations, and prizes. Having watched the best water ski action on the planet for years, the crew at Shuswap Ski and Board is now helping TWBC bring that amazing action to you. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shuswap Ski and Board online at shuswapsnb.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
Luxury means something different to everyone. A private island, a hidden villa, a journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, we take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
At Dana Marine, we make complex maritime operations safer, smarter, and more resilient. From marine assurance and emissions compliance to professional training and operational risk management, we combine engineering expertise, digital innovation, and global experience. Dana Marine.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
All right then, welcome back. We are here about to take our Series 1 slalomers into the course. There are 12 Series 1 slalomers ready to go, and 12 will advance through to the final round, which makes it pretty easy to determine who could potentially make it through to the next round of the competition. Anyone that establishes a lead score from here on out has a pathway through to the final. And what is the lead score, I hear you cry? Well, it is the score of Alice Poliador with 2 at 11.25 meters. There you see the leaderboard. Should that score prevail at 2 at 11.25 meters as the lead score, then it goes down the list and the targets would change in accordance to that. Here we go. Here is our list of skiers. Leonard oh, okay, you just switched it. Series 1, Aurel Garcia, Ivan Zaletsov, Charles Poitou, Timur Sonye, James Cosgrove, Alessandra Schonauer, Ricky Hansen, Theo Wild, Andreas Constantino, Harley Costa, Konstantin Atensam, and Yanis Konstantinos, followed by Mikhailchenko. Now, there is actually 13 on this list in the Series 1. Normally it's 12, but it's apparently 13, which means that whoever is still in the lead after the first two competitors would have advancement through to the next round. It is top 12 that go through. So Aurel Garcia, we'll see if he takes the lead and if that lead stays intact beyond the next skier. Aurel Garcia now. Looks like this is a 14.25 meter start. No, indeed it is 16 meters. It looked pretty short initially, but upon reflection, it is definitely a 14 meter start. It is a 16 meter rope for the opening pass, and the boat speed is at 58 kilometers an hour. So next pass is going to be 14.25 meters attempted by Aurel Garcia. All right, here we go, folks. This now is Aurel Garcia battling against a lead score of a 2 at 11.25 meters. 14.25 meters is being worked on right now, although Aurel Garcia had trouble regripping the handle around a buoy number 4. So a little fortunate there in running a 14.25 meters, but is now getting ready for 13 meters as the boat makes its way over to the highway bridge that separates the river from the actual Stratos Lake facility right here in Agrinio in the Hellenica Republic that is Greece. Because of the water that comes off the river, it is extremely cool indeed. A nice little refreshing break for some, and a hot blistering day for others. So here we go. This is Aurel Garcia. This is now an attempt on 30 meters. Decent start on number 1. Just trying to stay committed here. Trying not to overdo it. And Aurel Garcia, who actually displays some traits that his older brother utilizes so far as his slalom ability is concerned. His elder brother is, of course, Axel Garcia, who is the current European men's tricking champion, won that title in Poti a few weeks ago. And you can watch those championships back, as well as the Poti Pro, by checking out the YouTube archive, the TWBC YouTube channel. But for the moment, at least, stick around and continue to watch the athleticism here exhibited by Aurel Garcia, getting through 30 meters. So looking in good shape right now, Aurel Garcia. Now 12 meters comes up relatively soon. Only 3 people have gone into 11.25 meters to register a bona fide score. The rest have been a mixture of performances on 13 meters and 12 for the most part. Oh, and going down around buoy number 3. He's pretty annoyed with himself there that an opportunity has come and gone there for him. It's going to be 2.5 for Aurel Garcia. 2.5 on 12 meters. And that therefore means that the lead score is in play now. Anyone from here on out that scores more than 211.25 meters has a path through to the final. Anything less, and Alice Poliador, who currently has the lead with 211.25 meters, he has a path through to the next round of the competition based upon the need to get past 2 at 11.25 meters, or at the very least establish a lead score at that point. Getting round the first couple of buoys there and bringing the handle in way too soon before the skiers even really had a chance to establish an edge. 16 meters for Ivan Zaletsov, who was part of that 1-2 finish in the U17 boys tricking event at the recent IWWF U17 Worlds in Cordoba in Argentina, and again an event that you can re-watch again and again on the TWBC YouTube channel. You should subscribe to it. Yeah, absolutely. Subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. You know it makes sense. You'll get instantly notified when we go live next time, and you'll be a part of the live chat. And also, take a listen to the TWBC podcast. Plenty of interviews there, and more will be coming down the pipeline very soon. Might even get a chance to listen to Ivan and Mikhailchenko within the next few days. So we'll see if that occurs. And Ivan Zaletsov getting through past number 1. All right, here we go, folks. Coming on in. Next pass for Ivan Zaletsov. He's run through 16. This is now 14.25 meters. Setting his edges, setting up his turns. Knows that if he can get past 2 at 11.25 meters, he is in with a shot of making it through to the next round. Even if he gets somewhat close, then he remains in contention, but then he has to rely upon a subpar performance from any of the remaining skiers, which isn't always the case. It doesn't always prevail, but if he can get past number 2 at 11, then that assures him of a spot through to the next round of the competition. Ivan Zaletsov, who was part of that Ukrainian 3-person U17 junior world team that took the world by storm by registering the team title win as a result of those championships in Cordoba in Argentina in the latter part of March, early part of April. And that was the first World Championship tournament to be pulled using the Malibu Response TXI. We look forward to broadcasting more events with that towboat. Here we go. This is 13 meters. Still has a lot of work to do here to get anywhere close to the 2 at 11.25 meters that he realistically needs to put himself in the frame for participation in the next round of the competition. Ales Poliador, I'm sure, is watching rather intently the skier from Czechia. He's currently in the lead with 2 at 11.25 meters. Now, it could get rather dramatic here because 2 at 11.25 meters is, I wouldn't say it's the most difficult of scores to achieve, but certainly if you can get round buoy number 1 and be in somewhat halfway decent shape and not allow yourself to get down course too much, then a turnaround, at least an S turnaround number 2 is possible, and that could provide us with a little bit of drama there with a two-way tie possibly for the lead. But I'm just making some prognostications going forward as we see Mish, otherwise known as Mikhailichenko, and another one of our Ukrainians along the shore side there, alongside their team manager Zoya Mikhailichenko. There's number 1. This is 12 meters. Oh, look at this. Oh, a double pump there into number 3, but he manages to still stay upright. There's number 5. Can he make it round buoy number 6? Oh, and he's inside buoy number 6. So it is going to be a 5 buoy score for Ivan Zaletsov. He was so close with 5 on 12 meters. That therefore means that our first person that is slotted through to the next round of the competition with 2 at 11.25 meters is Ales Poliador. Now, so we have a 5 buoy score on 12 meters. Now, looking down the list, we'll see if there is a potential tie for that particular score with 5 on 12 meters. I believe there is, because there was certainly a 5 on 13 meters. That was from Itore, South Africa. And Ivan Zaletsov was just moments away from just making a really big impact upon the finalists. But we'll have a look and see where that shapes up in the leaderboard. We'll see that in a moment. But this is Charles Poitot from France. Oh, and Charles Poito, oh my word, going down early on the opening pass and trying to get on the gas a little bit early. So that means that Jose Francisco Simeo is now through to the final with his runner-up score of a 5 on 11.25 meters. So 2 skiers in. Okay, so looking at this attempt, at Charles Poito Christman. And bringing the ski round and unfortunately clipping the buoy at the same time. So he scores of 3.5 buoys total, which means that Jose Francisco Simeo is through to the next round of the competition. Now, Charles Poito, just again looking decent on the opening portion of the run, and then just ski got rattled, and round number 3. I'm not even too sure what caused the ski to rattle. So now let's have a quick look at the leaderboard, because they're now looking at our third best score on this list as Candido Moz communicates with our officials. Looks like there's a bit of discussion going on with that opening pass for Charles Poito. Okay, so moving from one French skier, an individual French skier, to our next competitor, Timote Saunier. So Timote Saunier. This is 14.25 meter start on Alpha 2. Now, if what I'm looking at is correct, then that means the next target score is 6 on 12 meters from Sebastian Bergsoden of Norway, with a 6 buoy count on 12 meters. So essentially what it's going to have to take is an attempt at 11.25 meters. So that's the target now, 6 on 12 meters. Anything above that qualifies. Anything below that, and then the skier would have to wait depending upon their buoy count and total going forwards. All right, the boat is making its way back into the course for pass number 2. Let's see how things shape up. He's gone through 14. This is now 13 meters. All right, not a bad looking run there on 13 meters, and much to the delight of his French compatriot, Thibaut Saunier, a member of the French water ski team, as part of their team overall participation. There are 3 team competitions in play here, the under-14s and the under-17s, and then the combined trophy, the Hellenic Trophy, for the combined team of U14 and U17. So Thibaut Saunier getting everything done right there on that particular pass. There's number 1 on 12 meters, and there's round number 2 on 12. It's going to be 1.5 on 12 meters, and that means that our next competitor to make it through is our skier from Norway, their only representation in their competition, and he is a finalist, Sebastian Bergschoden. So Sebastian Bergschoden, with his score of 6 on 12 meters, he thought that he might have eliminated himself from contention, but apparently he's back in, and he has a spot through to the next round of the competition. So 9 more scores to come, 9 more opportunities for each of those skiers associated with that number of placements to make it through to the final. Our next competitor to take to the water will be James Cosgrove. James Cosgrove. Now, what is the target going forwards? I hear you cry. So Ivan, his score of a 5 on 12 meters is the score necessary in order to advance. Anything more than 5 on 12 meters would advance. Anything less, and Ivan Zaletsov has a path through to the next round. Then the score is reduced. Then the next target is 3. And then so on and so forth. Okay, here we go. This is James Cosgrove, 14.25 meter start, a bold approach here. At 36 miles an hour or 58 kilometers an hour, the line length is 14.25 meters, the equivalent of 28 feet off the standard 75-foot line, leaving the skier 47 feet to get round all 6 buoys. So now approaching the course here and now, we have got James Cosgrove. This is 13 meters now. Just trying to be light on the rope here around the turns and not spike the switch too early. Not so much the switch, but to engage the boat and its powerful phase a little bit too early. All right there, so James Cosgrove getting through 13 meters, and now the target is within sight. Five on this run of 12 meters. Anything more, and he advances straight away. But if he gets a little bit more than 3, then he's still be in contention. It'll just be one skier later. There's number 4. There's number 5. Makes a play on number 6. He's through to the next round of the competition. James Cosgrove will now attempt 11.25 meters. The breakthrough score is still the same on 5, courtesy of Ivan Zelentsov. And he could end up skiing in the finals anyway. But right now, Ivan Zelentsov has to wait one more skier because there is a skier on the water that has exceeded his total of a 5 on 12 meters. And James Cosgrove is the first of our skiers in Series 1 to make it through to the next round. All the other skiers that have made it through, and there are 3 of them, Alice Poliadora, Jose Francisco Simoes, he's through, and Sebastian Bergschotten, he is through. So we have a total of 4 skiers through to the next round, and there are 8 remaining competitors on this list. Here we go, James Cosgrove, 11.25 meters. There's 2. Doesn't really make an effort to get round number 3, but he has 2 that is necessary to advance. 2 buoys at 11.25 meters. And James Cosgrove through to the next round of the competition. 8 skiers remaining. The first of which is going to be Alessandro Schonauer. Okay, once again, having a look at this this attempt here at 11.25 meters. Handle coming up a little bit high, losing his tension against the line at the wrong time, and getting round number 2, but managing to make a pretty sizable impact upon the competition. As we now look and see our next competitor, Alessandro Schonauer, is the target for him. Anything more than 5 on 12 meters, much like James Cosgrove. Again, almost overloaded a little bit there off 5 into number 6, but making plenty of headway here with the opening pass. That opening pass, I believe, is 14.25 meters. 14.25 meters is the opening pass there for Alessandro Schonauer from Italia. A skier who does much of his practicing in the northern part of Italy, between the regions of Lombardy and Piedmont. So Alessandro Schonauer, who regularly trains over in Richeto. So, and he is originally from Napoli on the coast of Italia. He'd gone through 14 and now getting ready for 13 meters. Meters. Very, very well run there. Very, very purposeful. Not allowing anything go to chance. As he pulls out to the right-hand side, he gets ready to shorten to 12 meters coming up, needing a score of more than 5 on this next pass to advance through. All right. Don't see too much wrong with that effort. As Ricardo Bottas mashes the throttle down and comes in towards the course. 12 meters now. Now the score for him is anything above 5. Loads up nicely off for number 1 and round number 2. Good to go for number 3. He's getting closer. Oh, and he's gotten round number 5. He ties for the lead, and he gets round number 6, and he's taken the lead. All right, Alessandro Schonauer. He's through to the next round of the competition with 6 on 12 meters and continuing to ski. So, Alessandro Schonauer. He's taken a spot through to the next round of the competition at the very least, and could continue on to maybe possibly take the lead, and that would be something, wouldn't it? Anything more than 2 would take the lead in this competition. James Cosgrove has that lead, a 2-way tie for that lead with Alice Poliador. So now has the benefit of knowing that he is through to the next round of the competition no matter what. Now he's going to try and improve his seeding going into the finals. If he can get more than 2, depending on how much more beyond 2 he gets, then it will only improve his chances of being one of the last skiers off the dock come finals day. There's number 1. He's good to go for number 1. There's number 2. Round number 3. S turns for the wake. He's gotten the lead. So he now has the lead with 3 buoys at 11.25 meters. That is Alessandro Schonauer. So we are now a little ways short of the halfway mark. We've just taken skier number 6. We're about to take skier number 7 out of 13. And the skier in question is Ricky Hansen of Sweden. All right, as handles are again being inspected and being put onto ropes, we have Ricky Hansen. We're in bib 116 for Sweden. .25 meter start on Alpha 2 on the 0 off for him. And shouldn't have too many problems in running the opening pass, and indeed he does not. No problems there, and he gets ready for the next run, which is going to be the 13-meter line. For those of you that are just joining us, you are watching the 2026 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships. Coming to you live from Agrinio in the Hellenic Republic of Greece. So the two artures that are manning cameras on the tower cam is Artur Sinov and Arthur Anderson, I should say. Carl Arthur Anderson. All right there, excellent skiing there for Ricky Hansen, skiing number 7. So we are officially at halfway mark of the boys Series 1 slaloming event. Yeah, so 13 meters coming back towards the dock now. Now he's faced with the prospect of targeted skiing. He's getting ready for 12 meters and needing a score of more than 5 to get there, to get into the next round for certain. Now, if he scores less than 5, then that would mean that Ivan Zaletsov moves forward. However, depending on whether that score is above 3 to 12 meters, all may not be lost, because his score would be the next bubble score going forwards. So here we go. This is Ricky Hansen. Entrance round buoy number 1, a little loose there. Round buoy number 2, even looser into number 3. Continuing on, round number 4. Can he make a play on number 5? Yes, he can. And he is through to the next round of the competition as well, scoring a 6 buoy count on 12 meters. So he is one of 6 skiers that have advanced through to the next round of the competition, joining James Cosgrove, Alessandro Schonauer, Sebastian Bergschaden, Jose Francisco Simoes, and Alice Poliador. Okay. Eyes right, folks. This now is Ricky Hansen on 11.25 meters. There's one. Oh, nicely done there off number 1. He's round buoy number 2. He's good recovery there. Round number 3. He's still on top of the water. He's round number 4. Can he make it round number 5? Not quite. But 4:11 is not a bad score. That should put him about halfway down this order. That keeps him above Alessandro Schonauer and indeed James Cosgrove. And I do declare that that score of 4:11.25 meters is indeed the lead score. So looking at this run again from the boat side cam. Nice extension round buoy number 1. Took his time a little bit before bringing the handle down off number 1. But was a little bit quicker into number 3. And but unfortunately losing distance down course in all of that motion. So now our next skier about to take to the water is Theo Wield. Theo Wild now on 14.25 meter start. Looking in good shape there right from the gun. 6 buoys, 14.25 meters. Not a bad effort there. We're over the halfway mark on this list of slalomers in U14 boys of Series 1. Still that top score, still that target score of 5 on 12 meters still exists. It's been the target score now for a good few athletes, at least 3, that have all come, that have all surpassed that score. All right, here he comes. This is Theo Wild now, 13 meters. And I'm sure that Tim Wild is watching from some far flung location. And Tim Wild, who has won at youth category European Championships, as well as U21 as well. And Tim looking to make a name for himself in the overall competitions worldwide, and Theo trying to fall in his footsteps. Okay, so it looks like we got a bit of news here, a score revision here for Ricky Hansen. No gate at 11.25 meters, and that was how close it was. So Ricky Hansen there with his score of that score of 0 at 11.25 meters instead of 4. It still puts him through to the next round of the competition, don't get me wrong. But certainly not the score that he wanted. Puts him in 5th place right now as Theo Wild gets ready to run 12 meters. Good, solid skiing there all the way through. He was in control right from the get-go on that pass. And that is Theo Wild. So for those of you that have just rejoined us, big news coming through. 0 at 11.25 meters for Ricky Hansen. They reviewed the gate on that particular run, and they came to the conclusion that he did not make it through correctly. So 0 at 11.25 meters. It puts him through to the next round anyway, but the lead score now currently sits at 3. At 11.25 meters, courtesy of Alessandro Schonauer. So Theo Wild at 11.25 meters. There's 1. There's number 2. Can he make a break for it on number 3? Looks like he's going to get 2.5 for that score. that is enough for the German athletes to make it through to the next round of the competition. So now we have five scores remaining to be completed. So 7 skiers have already made it through to the next round of the competition. As Theo Wild swims in, Sebastian Bergschotten, Jose Francisco Simo, and Alice Poliador, all of those skiers out of Series 2. And Series 1 has skiers such as James Cosgrove, Alessandro Schonauer, Ricky Harris, Ricky Hansen, and Theo Wild. All of those aforementioned skiers have made it through. There are 7 skiers and 5 skiers remaining. 7 plus 5 is 12. Next up, a skier from the Republic of Cyprus, Andreas Constantino. Okay, this is a 14.25 meter start. All right, not a bad effort there for our skier on the water, Andreas Constantino from Cyprus. Probably trains over there at the Polomedia Dam in the middle of the country, which has a kind of a landscape very, very similar to this one right here in the middle of Greece. And Greece has certainly come on in leaps and bounds so far as their representation goes in events like this. Not only that, but they have a burgeoning water ski equipment industry in the form of SP skis. So Savas Patelli doing wonders with that brand, and long may that continue. Always nice to highlight equipment manufacturers, certainly those outside of the United States, which tends to dominate in that respect. Andreas Constantino of Cyprus. Looking strong out there. 2 passes under his belt and getting the job done. So Andreas Constantino, 2 passes under his belt. His 3rd pass is coming up very, very soon. Casting a very tall figure upon the competition here, Andreas Constantino. Representing the island nation of Cyprus. Okay, coming in on 12 meters, needing more than 5 to advance. There's 1, there's number 2, for 3, for 4. Oh, getting broken over, and that means that Ivan Zaletsov has advanced through to the next round of the competition on the strength of that performance. And that also means that the bubble score now is that score right there on 3.5 at the 12 meters for Andreas Constantino. So looking at this score, and it's important to note that while Ivan Zaletsov is through to the next round, Andreas Constantino, not all doom and gloom quite yet there for him, because his score is the breakthrough score that our remaining skiers have to out-ski in order to advance through to the next round. The cut is now a complete 4-buoy count. Anything more than 3.5 in that regard. So Andreas Constantino now. There are 4 more skiers to go. Anything less than 3.5 from any of them, and Andreas would make it through to the next round. Anything more, and Andreas would have to sweat it out for the remaining skiers on this list, if there are any. All right, looking at the beautiful conditions over here at Stratos Lake in Agrinio. If you look at the very, very top of that drone shot, there is the river that feeds this lake facility, and also the nearby reservoir. This is Harley Costa on 14.25 meters. Looking good there, and feeding the ski underneath the line very, very precisely, and in order to get through a 14.25 meter start for Harley Costa. There is the said river that feeds this Stratos Lake. So looks like we've got our plenty of genuine support there for Harley Costa going forward. Customed Union flag right there in the middle, and regular Union flags are surrounding it. This is Harley Costa. 13 meters. Vicious edge change into number 4 there. And round 5 and all the way round number 6 there. So that is Harley Costa. So this Stratos Lake facility, the Aquilos River, feeds the Stratos Lake, and it also feeds the upstream reservoir as well, the Kastraki Reservoir, which feeds a lot of the agricultural land around these parts. And legend has it that that when it came time to refill the Stratos Lake after the recent period of renovation and construction, all one would have to have done was to open up the valves of the reservoir, and it would have filled this lake in about 2 hours, which is quite remarkable when you think about it. So here we go. This is Harley Costa coming in from the west direction of Stratos Lake. This is 12 meters. Anything more than 3.5 would see him through to the next round. There's number 1 and number 2. There's number 3. Round number 4. He can back off a little bit here because he is through, and he is through 12 meters, and he will attack the lead score. Coming up next, the lead score is from Alessandro Schonau with 3 at 11.25 meters. So Andreas Constantino is now going to have to sweat it because there are only 3 skiers left. And all are capable of getting more than 3.5 on 12. The one of those remaining skiers after him has already done so through the exit gates, having run through 6 on 12 meters. So Schonau still in the lead. Field in second spot with 2.5. And Harley Costa in that number of skiers that have already qualified through to the next round of the competition, the slalom finals, which will take place this weekend. There's 1. He's early enough for number 2. Can he make it outside number 3? No, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't cost him anything. It's 2 at 11.25 meters. That surely puts him in the tie with James Cosgrove. So it's going to be a toss-up between those two as to who starts first, and when you combine the likes of Alice Poliador, who also had a score of 2 at 11. It's going to be a coin flip to decide which of those competitors goes first, or a second, or even eventually third. But that's even taken into consideration that there will be only 3 competitors going in at 2 at 11. There could be more. I mean, in fact, all 3 of these next competitors could go with 2 at 11.25 minutes, and then there'll be a coin toss 6 ways to decide who goes out first, who goes out second, so on and so forth, yada, yada, yada. So Harley Costa getting 2 at 11.25 meters. He's in a 3-way tie for the lead, along with James Cosgrove and Alice Poliador. There's a 3-way tie for second place, I beg your pardon, because we already have that lead there from Alessandro Schonauer. My apologies for that. Skier on the water is Konstantin Attensam from Austria. Comes to us from the Wiener, from the IWWC, the Internationale Wiener Wasserski Club. which is located to the east of the main city center in Vienna. Certainly one of the most beautiful capital cities that you would ever care to visit. The Schönbrunn Palace, the Danube River, and all of the other sights and sounds, the galleries, the museums, and also take a little bit of time, if you're there, to try out the Wiener Schnitzel. And I'm sure that Konstantin Attensam will no doubt have sampled quite a bit of Wiener Schnitzel during his time. But now is not the time. The time is for slalom. And Konstantin Attensam is going to have a pop at 13 meters. I'm sure that his brother Nicky Attensam is probably watching this coverage from some far-flung land, probably in Central Florida. No. So looking at this instant replay with our drone shot up on top there, beautifully crisp, cool, clear water here at Stratos Lake, the home of the 2026 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships, as well as next year's U21 E&A Championships, as well as the next season, the 2028 O35 European Championships, the Europe and Africa Championships, and quite possibly the IWWF World U21 World Water Ski Championships. That will be that would be attributed to 2029. So Agrigno here, the site of the Hellenic Water Ski Federation. Let's see what Konstantin Attensam has got to do here. If he scores more than 3.5 on 12, then he is through. But getting into a little bit of a situation there, and on 12 meters coming back, he knows exactly what he needed to ski. So 5 on 12 meters, he didn't want to overexert himself too much to make his way through to the final, which he has. 5 on 12 meters. Now things started to get a little bit dicey, a little bit sideways here. As he got round number 3, round about here. Didn't have a particularly good number 2 and was getting further and further down course. Inside just a little ways outside of buoy number 5, and managed to get to the wakes in time to score 5. Now, I wonder, you may not agree with this, but maybe he skied strategically. Maybe he was looking to try and start a little bit earlier on the list and put the pressure on the remaining skiers to follow after him. Or maybe he just didn't feel right out there, maybe. But either way, he's scored 5 on 12 meters. He's through to the next round of the competition. And now the wait continues on for Andreas Constantino from Cyprus. His score of 3.5 on 12 meters. Doesn't look like a pretty high target after all for the remaining 4 skiers, but 2 have gone so far. 2 have exceeded. Those 2 that have gone so far have exceeded to the point of skiing 2 at 11 and 5 on 12 meters. And now we're going on to our penultimate skier. It's Yannis Kosoftanas. All right then, folks. Coming down to our penultimate skier, needing a score of more than 3.5 on 12 meters to advance through to the next round. It is the battle now between Greece and Cyprus. Who would have thought? Greece versus Cyprus. Cyprus currently on 3.5 on 12 meters. And Greece comes in on 13 meters. So getting to work straight away here. A bold move to going on 13 meters. But is it going to be rewarded with an opening pass? There you go. 6 on 13 meters. Now, he has got to come back on the next pass on 12 meters and score more than 3 1/2. Yannis Kosaftanis, the current U17 boys jump champion of the world. Won that title in the latter part of March, early part of April at the Archimado water ski facility in Cordoba in Argentina. An event that you can re-watch again by going to the TWBC YouTube channel. I'm sure many of these folks have already watched that coverage ad nauseum. Plenty of times. We normally get a very, very high response to whatever water ski events are published on the TWBC YouTube channel in Greece. Okay, so he now needs more than 3.5 here. There's number 1. Yannis Kosaftanis. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's number 4. Gets it to go. He's through to the next round. And Yannis Kosaftanis gets through 12 meters. As if it was just a stroll in the park. Yannis Kosaftanis, who certainly has plenty of his mind, not only so far as his participation in the tricking final is concerned, not only so far as the participation in the boys U17 slalom final is concerned, but also how it would later on impact his performance in the overall competition, and also as well how it would subsequently affect the team overall competition in the U17s and the Hellenic Trophy competition, which is the combined U14 and U17 team title championship, highly regarded as one of the enduring team overall championships in all of tournament water skiing. The lead is 3 for Yannis Kosaftanis. Entrant, round number 1, gets it to go. Here he goes, round number 2. Round number 3, always on for this one. Look at him go for round number 4. Can he make it outside number 5? Yes, there you go. It's a 6 buoy count on 11.2. 5 meters. The first time we're going to see 10.75 meters coming up for Yannis Kosaftanis. Wow, what a performer. And that, along with what we can expect from the U17 boys world jump champion here, may have just put the overall competition out of reach for the rest of the field, and it's certainly his to lose now, the boys U17 overall battle. Even though we've only done 2 events out of the 3, it's probably safe to say that if Yannis Kosaftanis makes it through to the jump final as well as the trick and the slalom final, which he'd done about just a little over a pass ago, then it's basically his to lose. But let's not worry ourselves about overall so much. 10.75 meters, 39.5 off. The rope comes up way short of the buoy at this point. 10.75 meters. There's number 1. There's number 2. He's still there. Round number 3. Oh my word, is he still on for this? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. It's a 4 buoy count at 10.75 meters for Yanis Konstanthanos. I don't know what the Greek national record is. It's probably something at 41 off or 10.25 meters from Philippos Kyprios. But he was just so close to being able to hook up off number 4 and go off to the races to maybe, just maybe run this pass. But he's got time. He still has his participation in the slalom final. And to give in some big-time love to the supporters that are along the shore side here at Stratos Lake in Greece. Coming to you live from Agrinio, and specifically the Stratos Lake. You are watching the IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championship. So glad to have you watching this coverage. My name is Tony Lightfoot. On the behalf of everyone here at TWBC, we certainly appreciate your viewership. And now our next competitor, we still got one competitor to go to determine the 12th and final spot through to the next round of the competition in the slalom event. It is Mikhailovchenko. As we have a look at our Greek supporters once again cheering and screaming on their guy out there who's just skied, Yanis Konstanthanos. 13-meter start. Now, this performance here has a number of implications. Not only is the team title up for grabs, not only is the individual overall up for grabs, but also a chance maybe at a podium spot in the medals for Mikhailovchenko from Ukraine. He's gotten through the opening pass of 13 meters. Certainly a very tall drink of water. He towers over most people here in the U17 boys slalom category, and having cleared through 13 meters, he is just about 2/3 the way down the next pass away from making his way through to the next round of the competition to join his compatriot Ivan Zaletsov, and some more skiers to come. So we have 11 skiers through to the next round of the competition. Yanis Konstanthanos, Konstantin Antensem, Harley Costa, Theo Wield, Ricky Hansen, Alessandra Schonauer, James Cosgrove, Ivan Zaletsov. Needing more than 3.5 to advance. Look at him go. He's through. He's through to the next round of the competition. And there he is. We have our 12 now, courtesy of Mikhailovchenko from Ukraine. So who are the 12, I hear you ask? Well, in no particular order. Sebastian Bergschoden, Jose Francisco Simoes, and Alice Poliador from the Series 2 section of skiers. And then the rest are all from Series 1. Ivan Zaletsov, James Cosgrove, Alessandro Schonauer, Ricky Hansen, Theo Wield, Harley Costa, Konstantin Atansem, Yannis Kosathanos, who has a lead score of 4 buoys at 10.75 meters for a huge, huge lead. And chasing him down, a skier that's already made his presence felt. And through to the next round of the competition as we look at Agrinio City, it is Mikhail Mikhailovchenko. So there, the site of the modern city of Agrinio. There is an ancient city about a few kilometers to the north and to the east of that town center. That is Mikhail Mikhailovchenko. This is 11.25 meters. He knows he's through to the next round. He's looking to try and stay on pace with the overall competition against his Greek counterpart, Yannis Kosathanos. And there you go. Gets through 11.25 meters. Now, continuing to battle on in the slalom event. He knows that as far as he can get down 10.75 meters, which is the next pass, the further he can get down, the better, because he knows he gives up a fair few meters to Yannis Kosathanos in the jump event. I mean, you're definitely gonna give up a fair few meters against the current IWWF U14 World Jump Champion. But if he can claw the gap between himself, at the very least in the slalom event, it will make the whole process a little bit more concise in the boys' overall competition in the U17s. Bear in mind, of course, that with Mikhail Mikhailovchenko, he scored a personal best yesterday of over 11,000 points in the tricks, which has clawed the gap between himself and Yannis Kosathanos. It could come down to tens of points. It could come down to over 100 points that separate them. But here is the battle for the overall right now. This is Mikhail Mikhailovchenko. There's one. There's number 2. He makes a break for number 3. He's within a buoy there of Yannis Kosathanos with a 3-buoy count at 10.75 meters. And I'll even go out on a limb and say that 3 at 10.75 meters is probably one of his better scores, maybe very, very close to his personal best. So there we go. That is Mikhail Mikhailovchenko. Round number 1. Oh, brilliant angle off that ski. He was almost off to the races right there. Getting a decent turn round number 2. By this time he knew that the gig was up, but he is within 1 buoy of Yannis Kosathanos, and he's through to the next round of the competition in slalom. So both Yannis and Mikhail Mikhailovchenko have markers in the first 2 events. The third and final marker is going to be decided tomorrow, because tomorrow is a complete and utter jump fest. We'll have all of the divisions jumping tomorrow in the elimination round series. But for the moment, the boys overall, it could well be some of the closest skiing that you'll ever see in recent years. Whew, okay, Yannis Kosathanos, your leader in slalom with 4. This is at 10.75 meters, of course. Mikhail Mikhailovchenko on 3. Alessandro Schonauer also on 3, but at 11.25 meters. Theo Wield on 2. And then we come down to Theo Wield on 2.5. Then we've got Harley Costa, James Cosgrove, and Alice Poliador, all of them on 2. Then we have 8 spot Jose Francisco Semioz from Portugal. Then we got Ricky Hansen. Then we got Sebastian Bergodden. Then we've got Konstantin Atansem, and then Konstantin Atansem currently tying 2 ways for 11th with Ivan Zaletsov. Those are your 12 that have made it through to the slalom final. We'll go on to our next event very, very soon. It's the Under-14 Girls Tricks Series 2 Slalom. We won't be taking too long to refuel the boat or do anything that would cause us to lose time during the day. But this is the the IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championship. So glad to have you on board for 2026. And when we come back, we will have the Under-14 Girls Series 2 Slalom next.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
It's well known that Canada has produced many of the best skiers the world has ever seen. Well, more and more skiers are coming to realize Canada's Shuswap Ski and Board is one of the world's best pro shops. They stock D3, Radar, HO, Connolly, Reflex, Masterline, Syndicate, Stokes, Camaro, S-Lines, Eagle, KD, Stealth, Pegosky, O'Neill, and back them with Shuswap Ski and Board's performance and fit guarantee. Check them out online at shuswapsnb.com.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
over 20 years, because times are always changing, the men and women of DNCA have been invested in future-oriented solutions through active and flexible conviction management. Times change, values remain. Entrust your savings to an asset management firm to meet your long-term financial goals. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
The perfect holiday isn't a destination. It's a feeling. That's why we don't sell packages. We listen. We design. We create journeys as individual as you are. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
At Dana Marine, we make complex maritime operations safer, smarter, and more resilient. From marine assurance and emissions compliance to professional training and operational risk management, we combine engineering expertise, digital innovation, and global experience. Dana Marine.
All right there, so we're about to go into U14 Girls Slalom Series 2. And then we'll go on to Series 1 immediately afterwards. And then from that point onwards, then it's tricks from U17 Series 3 Girls, and then Series 1 and Series 2, and then 1. To complete our day's worth of coverage. Yonia Boyko will be our lead-off skier in this next event, which is U14 Girls Slalom Series 2. Susanna Topolewski will be second off the dock, followed by Karina Bonadariva, then Sarah Schuster, then Tia Ballon, Irini Stavropoulou, Elisabetta Neal, Isabella Neal, Katerina Bernikowski, and you know the others at 52K, 18.25 meters for Yunia Boyka from Belarus, who's already made it into one event final in the U14 girls tricking event. And looking pretty strong out there, I do have to say. For those of you that are just rejoining us or are joining us for the first time, welcome to each and all. The IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships continues on with Under 14 Girls Slalom Series 2. Okay, coming into the course at 4. Okay, so 14.25 meters, 52 is the max speed for these U14 girls category, and managing to make it all the way through on 14.25 meters. Max speed is 52k or 32 miles an hour. So U14 girls are Series 2 with Yunia Boyka at 52k at 16 and 14 in successive passes, running those 2 and 30 meters will be making an appearance here very, very soon. Again, a little bit pushed down course here, but it is at 52k. Girls under 14s. 12 advance through to the final. We have 12 skiers in this series and 10 in the remaining series of Series 1. So whoever's in the top 2 by the end of this series will have a pathway through to the next round of the competition. So there we go. That is Yunia Boyka getting round number 1 and having a bit of a hard time getting round number 2, but scoring decently here on the 14.25 meters, actually 13 meters, I beg your pardon. Getting the ski round and unfortunately unable to get much of anything else going on, so it looks like it is going to be 1 and 1/2, 1 and 1/2 on 13 meters at 52k. So 1.5 on 13. Next skier coming up is Zuzana Topolewski from Poland. So at 18.25 meters at 49K, Susanna Topolewski. 49K, 18.25 meters, which means that she has to advance up to 52K in order to shorten from that line length to 16 meters. There at the helm of the towboat, the ever reliable hands and of Franz Oberleitner. Entrance through the entrance gates, round number 1. 49K, 18.25 meters for our skier from Poland, Zuzana Topolewski. Yeah, and making the most out of her excursion out in the water on 18.25 meters. That is Zuzana Topolewski. So looking at this once again, nice extension, allowing the ski to roll up reliably underneath the line. And the skiing reliably well out there with the boat speed now being raised up to 52K. 52K, 18.25 meters. The next run attempted there by Zuzana Topolewski. Oh, and getting a little bit deep there, a little bit further down the run. Then that is Zuzana Topolewski coming to us out of Poland. Just looking at her going into number 1, had a pretty decent edge and looked really, really nice there for starters, but really couldn't take full advantage of the angle that she generated. Was always thinking about slowing the ski down and trying not to overpower herself through the wakes. There, and looks like she actually made contact with the buoy on the backside, so it looks like it is going to be 3.5. 3.5 at 18.25 meters at 52K. And now we go on to our next competitor from Ukraine. It is Karina Bonadariva. So Karina Bonadariva wearing bib number 124. 52K, 18.25 meters, and opting to go with some headgear. All getting a little bit tight there on number 4 into 5. 52K, 18.25 meters. From a buoy count point of view, that currently puts her in second spot. Having run 18.25 meters at 52, she's still got to run about 2 more passes and then 1.5 buoys more on the pass after those to get on level terms with Junia Boyka. So Karina Bonadariva, dressed for safety out there, helmet, handle protection. Okay. This now is Karina Bonadariva. This is 16 meters at 52K. She's going great guns right now, off her 4 and round number 5 here. Does she make it round number 6? Barely squeaks the ski outside number 6 and gets that pass to go. She's going to have a pop at 14.25 meters coming up for our Ukrainian athlete, Karina Bonadariva. Okay, so looking down the list, 12 skiers in Series 2, 10 skiers in Series 1. We take 12 through to the next round of the competition, so we're pulling in the 2 best competitors out of Series 2 to add to potentially to those skiers who are expected to perform in the top 10. As we see Karina Bonadariva, so getting 1 buoy at 14.25 meters at 52K. 1 buoy there for her. Had to kind of double edge and double pull to get round number 1. And just coming up on the inside of buoy number 2, she certainly had the potential to make a play on that, but not today, I'm afraid. So that is Karina Bonadariva. Next competitor up from Slovakia is going to be Sarah Schuster. Sarah Schuster up next for Slovakia. All right, then, as we see our row of flags over 20 nations are represented here in these championships, the Europe and Africa Youth Championships for 2026. We get ready to bring on Sarah Schuster from Slovakia. Okay, so 18.25 meters at 46K. So it's got a little while to go before she hits the 52K speed. .46K, which is about 28 miles an hour. For those of you using old money out there. And getting it done there with the opening pass. That was Sarah Schuster at 46K. She'll move up to 49K or 30 miles an hour for the next run from Slovakia. It'll be Sarah Schuster. Okay, 49K coming up next for Sarah Schuster. Rope is still on 18.25 meters. Looking good now. Looking quite impressive out there with the opening two runs of 46K and 49. She'll move up to 52K in the hopes that she would get through that pass and maybe sample some short line skiing. From Slovakia, this is Sarah Schuster. And 49K is the next pass that she will attempt. 52K, I beg your pardon, because this is what you're looking at the 49K. She ran this one. And we'll see how she goes along with 52K. Here's Sarah Schuster, 18.25 meters, and this is at 52K now. Looking at her go round number 5 and round number 6 there. Oh, and did she exit through the gates properly? They've been fairly strict on the gate judging, especially with the end gates in recent times. So we'll have a look at that to make an assessment for ourselves in that regard. But the judges appear to be okay with 6 as a confirmation of the 52K complete run. And maybe from this angle here, we'll get a better look to see if she actually made it through the exits. The judges are inclined to believe so. Looking good off number 4 into number 5, round number 6. Getting real narrow there into number 6 there. Whoa. Okay, so here we go, folks, now with Sarah Schuster. 52K, 16 meters. She looked okay off number 1 and didn't quite have the energy to attempt number 2, so it's going to be a 1 buoy count at 16 meters at 52K for Sarah Schuster. Next competitor to take to the water will be Tia Ballon. Tia Ballon. Okay, so we're almost halfway down this list of skiers. 12 skiers on this list for Series 2. Whoever is in the lead and is also the runner-up position beyond. By the time those scores have become confirmed on Series 2, will advance. This is 52K for Tia Ballon. And good work out there from one end of the course to the next. All right, then moving right along, we got Tia Ballon. Approaching the course right now for pass number 2. This is 18.25 meters at 49K. And looking good for an attempt at 52K from the west side. And that is Tia Ballon, who started at 46K. 18.25 meters, came back at 49K, which is 30 miles an hour. And is now getting set up for a 52K performance, which is the equivalent of 32 miles an hour. All right, back on top of the water at 52K, 18.25 meters. looking to try and get into some short line skiing, but she needs to get past this run first. And unfortunately, unable to control her handle coming into the turn, and the ski not reacting too well to that kind of input. So it's going to be 1 1/2 at 18.25 meters at 55k for Tia Ballon. Irene Stavropoulou is our next competitor from Greece. There we see in the foreground the Kashaki Reservoir, and right in the middle there is a Stratos Lake. The reservoir has water fed into it from Stratos Lake, which in itself is fed by a nearby river. So wonderful imagery there. As we now get ready to bring in our latest skier from Greece, Irene Stavropoulou. All right there, so Irene Stavropoulou, she's halfway down this list as skier number 6, bib number 14. We await the speed and the line length. .52k, 18.25 meters, a slow roll through the entrance gates there, but managing to keep everything good and level. A little bit of a delay off number 3, but she's managing to more than make up for it around number 4 and 5 and number 6 there. So at 52k, 18.25 meters, Irene Stavropoulou secures her opening pass and will now attempt the 16-meter run coming up next. Okay, apologies there on the opening pass. That was 49k. Should be coming back at 52k for the next run. Still on 18.25 meters though, so no change in the line length between pass number 1 and pass number 2. Here we go, Irene Stavropoulou. It's looking quite impressive out there. Irene Stavropoulos at 52k, 18.25 meters. Little hop, skip, and a jump there, and managing to bring that pass to bear. That is the run there at 52k, 18.25 meters. And now the line is now going to be shortened to 16 meters. All right, then, here we go. 16 meters for Irene Stavropoulos. All rearing up a little bit there off number 3, but she's still there around number 4, and Irene Stavropoulos making her presence felt out there on the slalom course on 16 meters at 52k. That is Irene Stavropoulos of Greece. So waving her arms in celebration there after completing that pass of 16 meters. Now she's going to come in on 14.25 meters. Irene Stavropoulos, 14.25 meters, getting a decent start off number 1. She makes a play on number 2, round number 3. Gets round number 3 and establishes a score for second place, I believe. 3 buoys there for Irene Stavropoulos on 14.25 meters at 52k. So at 49k at 18.25 meters, our next skier is ready to go. Isabella Neal. Isabella Neal from Great Britain, 49k, 18.25 meters opening pass. Okay, here we go. This is Isabella Neal. 49k at 52 kilometers an hour. Slicing and dicing away from one side of the course to the next. There we go. That is Isabella Neal. 49K at 52. She'll now go to 60 meters at 52 kilometers an hour. Right then, Isabella Neal moving on from her opening pass at 52K. She now goes in at. She now comes back at 52K, having started at 49K. Isabella Neal. I like that pass, and great skiing there from Isabella Neal. Working her way very nicely from one side of the course to the next. Looking good and a little bit balanced towards the back, but managing to slice her way through the wakes with pretty good precision and good timing. So here comes Isabella Neal. This is 60 meters at 52K now. Having run max speed on the previous line length shortening of 18.25 meters. Nice, allowing for that ski to turn and to generate its own angle, and getting ready for the next pass, which is 14.25 meters. That is Isabella Neal. Skier number 7 on this list of 12 skiers in the U14 Girls Series 2 Slalom. All right, so continuing on with Franz Oberleitner at the wheel. Getting ready now for the next pass, which is going to be 14.25 meters. Isabella Neal. Again, a somewhat decent start. Not able to make a play on number 2, however, but it's going to be a a score of a 1 at 14.25 meters there for Isabella Neal. 1 at 14.25 meters at 52K. 1 at 14 there from Isabella Neal. Now we're down to our final 5 skiers in this Series 2 section of slalom skiers for the under 14 girls. We got Katarzyna Bernatowski of Poland coming up next. So at 18.25 meters, it's going to be 49K for our next competitive athlete here. Katarzyna Bernatowski. Katarzyna Bernatowski or Bernatowicz. K, 18.25 meters for Katarzyna Bernatowicz. Katarzyna Bernatowicz, I should say. Started off at 49, that was a return at 52K. I'm not too sure whether she made it round buoy number 6. But she's certainly convinced that she did. And is pulling out to the right-hand side of the boat in anticipation of taking another pass at the slalom course at least. That was at 52K, 18.25 meters. Okay, moving our way back into the course. This is 16 meters at 52K for Katarzyna Bernatowicz Bernatalvic. Keeping it going, keep going there into buoy number 6 and makes a break on that turn and looking very, very good indeed. Quite aggressive at the end there for Katarzyna. For Katarzyna Bernatalvic. Doing a fine job, and be looking to see if she will have the opportunity to try 14.25 meters next. Coming to us out of Poland. All right, here we go now. This is Katarzyna Bernatalvic. There's number 1 on 14. Getting broken over at the waist into that approach there, and I don't think she made an effective charge on number 3. Although she'll try to sell us on it by skiing to the wake just beyond that turn. So Katarzyna Bernatalvic, I believe her score is a 3. We'll get confirmation of that score. It actually is a 2. 2 at 14.25 meters at 52K. There is your current leaderboard. Currently in the lead is Unia Boyka. And she's having a pretty decent tournament there, getting into event finals and leading for much of the event. Leading for much of the events that she's skied in so far in this IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships. Okay, 49K, 18.25 meters for Avita Diden. Okay, Avita Diden, 49K. 18.25 meters. And Avita getting through that opening pass. Okay, so Avita Diden. Started at 49K, 18.25 meters, now coming back with the same line length, but with the boat speed being raised to 52K. Okay, getting the job done there, coming back towards the dock there, Avita Dyden. So now her next speed is the one that she's on right now with 52K, and now the line is going to be shortened down from 18.25 meters to the 16-meter line for Avita Dyden. Okay, let's have a look and see. Avita Dyden, 16 meters now. A little bit of a straight path pull from 4 into 5 and from 5 into 6 there. Avita Dyden, 16 meters there. So she gets dropped in the water for the next run, which is 14.25 minutes. We have a look at Avita Dyden once again at 16 meters. Okay, Avita Dyden. She's now on 6 at 14.25 meters. We're now looking to impress upon the lead right now, which is a 13-meter attempt. The current lead is 1. And that is an attempt on 14.25 meters, I beg your pardon. So she gets 2 on that line length. 2 on that line length of 14.25 meters. So with 2 on 14.25 meters, that ties her with 1 or 2 others, Katarzyna Bernatowski, Bernatowicz. Having difficulty pronouncing that name correctly each time, but I'll continue to work on that. So Katarzyna Bernatowicz. She is currently tying with Avita Dyden right now. And we're almost at the point where we can start putting skiers through to the next round, because the Series 1 slalom list only has 10 names on it, and we take 12 through to the next round. Okay, 18.25 meters at 49K for Dali Ave from the Netherlands. So getting the job done with the opening pass at 49K, 18.25 meters. That is Dali Ave. And now we'll go back at 52K at the same line length in order to replicate the same kind of run. Okay, 52K, 18.25 meters for Dali Ave. $18.25 meters. 52K now. Is able to get through that run very, very nicely indeed. So her next pass isn't going to be on 18.25 meters. It's going to be on 16 meters, with the boat speed remaining the same. Coming to us from the Netherlands, it is Dali Ave. All right. This is Dali Ave. 16 meters now. A little flat into number one, trying to control the amount of speed that she takes in. But it gets a decent there, number two. Continuing to roll despite everything. This is Dali Ave. And gets the job done there for the Netherlands. That is a Dali Ave. That was at 16. The 14.25 meter run will be coming up next for her. Right there, here comes Dali Ave coming into the course right here and now with a 14.25 meter attempt. And again, a little bit bogged down after the first turn and just went straight for number two, causing her to fall. So it is going to be 1 1/2 at 14.25 meters at 52K. And now we can establish a target that each of our skiers remaining on this list has to exceed in order to get into the next round. And that target is 1 on 13 meters at 52K, performed by our very first skier on this list, Yunia Boyka from Belarus. Certainly tried her best out there, Dali Arve from the Netherlands. And there she is, right at the very top. 1.5 on 13 meters. Then Stavropoulou. And then the rest of the field continues on from there. There are a number of ties for 1, for 2, and for 3 on 14.25 meters. But it's the lead that they're aiming for, because if they take the lead from here on out, then it means that they have a place through to the next round. Here we go. This is Agnieszka Bernatowicz. All right, getting through the opening pass and looking immaculate there as she does so. That is Agnieszka Bernatowicz. So coming to us out of Poland, Agnieszka Bernatowicz. Next pass coming up should be at 52K. Okay, 18.25 meters at 52K for Agnieszka Bernatowicz. Agnieszka Bernatowicz getting through the first 2 passes of 18.25 meters, one at 49, with the other at 52K. And is now going to get ready for 16 meters, with the max speed being established at 52K now. This is Agnieszka Bernatowicz. Okay, here comes Agnieszka again. Bernatowicz. This is the 16-meter line at 52 kilometers an hour. Longest pull into number 1 now. And on the back of the ski and able to get around number 4, but will not get outside number 5. So that means our first competitor is identified as a finalist, and that is Julia Boyka. But even though the score of Agnieszka Bernatowicz, I should say, is comes up short of the mark, her score of a 4 on 14.25 meters may be enough to be considered for the next breakthrough score. We'll no doubt take a look at the leaderboard very, very soon to make that determination. So Agnieszka Bernatowicz, 4 on 14.25 meters at 52. We know that Julia Boyka has made it through. But what is the breakthrough score needed in order for our minor placements to make it through? Stavropoulou with a 3 at 14.25 meters. Is the next breakthrough score. So looking inside a mission control here at TWBC. Not too far away from this announcing point. So now we're moving on to our last of our skiers in U14 Girls Series 2. It is going to be Beatrice Fiorini from Italia. Running the boat at 52K, I would imagine. For that opening pass, it's either going to be 18 or 16 meters. Okay, Patrizia Fiorini. 16 meters coming back. Number 5 and number 6 coming through in short order. So able to run that pass nicely indeed. That is Beatrice Fiorini of Italia. needing to get more than 3 on 14.25 meters to advance. And that score is a courtesy of Irene Stavropoulou. All right, here we go there. This now is Beatrice Fiorini. Getting in a little bit deep here on 14.25 meters, but these turns here are critical to her success because she gets a little bit lean locked off number 4, but that might not matter because the score that she produced of 4 buoys at 14.25 meters is enough to see her through to the next round of the competition. We were looking for a runner-up score, and we just found it. It was brought to us by Beatrice Fiorini. So 4 buoys at 14.25 meters, and she was very close to taking a pretty impactful dive out the front. Okay, so as we work our way through the running orders and the list of skiers, and this is how things look out in Series 2 slalom. We'll read off the top 3. Junia Boyka, our number 1 skier, currently in the lead and already through to the next round of the competition. So too is Beatrice Fiorini. She's through, and on the outside looking in is Irene Stavropoulou of Greece. Her score is now the target. In order to make it through, you have to get past Irene Stavropoulou. And it's a score of a 3 for Irene. All right then, now U14 Girls Slalom Series 1, Nina Messerok. We only have 10 competitors here in this section, hence the reason why we've highlighted the top 2 out of Series 2 earmarked for final round appearance. Right there, not bad with the opening pass. 52K for Nina Messerok. Okay, so 16 meters there for Nina Messerok. 52K now. Breaks into a turn and snaps the ski back very, very quickly indeed and gets through the 16-meter line. So Nina Messerok getting through 16 and needing more than 3 on the next pass in order to advance. That 3 buoy count by Irene Stavropoulou is looming pretty large right now. Okay, here we go. This is Nina Messerok coming to us out of Germany. And now let's see how she plays this. There's number 1. Round number 2. Number 3, if she can get a piece of 4, then she will be through to next round, and she does. She's round number 5. Does she make it round number 6? Well, she's certainly convinced that she does. So that is, if everything looks correct, it will be a 4 buoy count there for Nina Messerok of Germany. So Nina Messerok has gotten through 14.25 meters and would, in order to take the lead, she has to ski more than 1 on 13 meters, and here she comes. There's number 1. There's number 2, and just add in just a little bit on top of the lead total. It's going to be 1.5, 1 and 1/2 on 13 meters at 52K for Nina Messerok. But she is also through to the next round of the slalom competition, with her score being high enough to be in the top 3, with 9 skiers' scores remaining to be found out. Nice little shot here of the dam structure that helps regulate water from that from the upper reservoir to and from Lake Stratos. Okay, moving on from Germany's Nina Masarok, we now go on to Austria's Emily Bittmann. .16 meters opening run there for Emily Bittmann. Little twisted off number 4, but still managing to keep her pace and speed up through those turns. So that is Emily Bittmann. Emily Bittmann. All right, as Franz Oberleitner mashes the throttle down and gets ready to bring the boat back into the course, we have Emily Bittmann on 14.25 meters, needing just a little bit more than 3 to drop Irina Stavropoulou down a little bit more and put her in place of her in the top 12 of finalists, and she gets the job done there with a 6 buoy count on 14.25 meters and will continue to ski into 13. That is Emily Bittmann. So Emily Bittmann continuing to ski well here. She started off in 16. This is a 14.25 meter run there for her. All right, here she is. This is Emily Bittmann. This is 13 meters. That's a straight pull there and managing to get round number 2. So that gives her the outright lead at this time. Oh, and this is what happened when she dropped in after 14.25 meters. Hopefully she held on to the handle. But let's have a look at the instant replay here on 13 meters. Managing to get a halfway decent one, but there was slack at the end of the turn, which caused her to go with a straight path into number 2. Not even too sure that whether she made it around buoy number 2 or not, but it is 2. 2 on 13 meters at 52K. That gives her the lead and a path towards the next round of the competition. So 4 have secured spots through to next round. There are 8 skiers remaining. So we'll see what happens from here on out. Elektra Toima from Greece is coming up next. So as we look over at the main reservoir that is fed by this lake and the river before it, we now turn our attention to Electra Toima. Just to confirm, the speed is 52k. The line length is 18.25 meters. 52.18 it is for Electra Toima. And looking good there for the opening run. That is Electra. Electra Toima coming back on 16 meters. Making light work here, relatively speaking, and getting the job done all the way through from Greece. Electra Toima. All right, then here we go, folks. This is Electra Toima. This is 14.25 meters, needing more than 3 to advance. She's not making this easy on herself here. She gets round number 4. She's round number 5. Can she get round number 6? Yes, she can. Wasn't the easiest of passes for Electra to accomplish her feet with, but doesn't matter as long as you get 6. You continue on to the next run, which is going to be 13 meters for Electra Toima. So with the first few passes under a belt of 18, 16, and 14. She'll now attack 13 meters. The best score that we've seen on 13 meters thus far is Emily Bittman of 2 on this upcoming pass here in the under 14 girls slalom series 1. Here we go. Electra Toimer getting round number 1. Round number 2, will she make it outside number 3? Yes, she can. Tries to make a play on number 4, but nothing is doing there. But 3 buoys on 13 meters, she'll definitely take that. Three buoys on 13 meters now is the lead score. We'll double check on that in accordance with our leaderboard, which we'll have up in just a second. So establishing a new lead with 3 on 13 meters is Electra Toimer. And there is your newly updated leaderboard. Toimer with the first position. Emily Bettman in second. Mazarok and Boyka currently in the tie with 1.5 on 13 meters. And Fiorini ending off the top 5. And still a score of... Still, there's that big old score that is necessary in order to make it through to the next round of the competition. Here we go. 16 meters for Mary Deeks. So nicely done there from Marie from Austria. Getting the job done with the opening pass. All right then, heads up, folks. We got Marie Dykes from Austria. Oh, a little bit narrow there, but managing to hold on long enough to make that turn happen there on number 4. But getting the task under a belt. So still the target that needs to be exceeded in order to make it through to the next round is that three-buoy score of Irina Stavropoulou on 14.25 meters. Okay, Marie Dykes from on 13 meters and going down pretty early on that run. Taking a pretty hefty fall there and getting 1.5, which is enough to see her through to the next round of the competition for Mary Dykes of Austria. 1.5 on 13 meters. I wouldn't say safely through to next round because that would demean the fall that she took up there. Oh, and snap of the neck, bam. And I believe she actually hit the rope with a ski, which sent her careening into the water. Okay, at 16 meters at 52K. Next skier on the water is Maria Vernikovskaya from Belarus. Okay, so looking at here. Looking good on the opening pass, 16 meters, I believe, at 52K, if I'm not mistaken, from Maria Vernikovskaya of Belarus. So this now coming in, this is Maria Vernikashkaya, 14.25 meters, needed on 14.25 meters now, 3.5 or more than 3.5, I should say. And not looking too bad there with that pass. A 6 buoy count there for Maria Vernikashkaya, and getting ready for 13 meters now. So 6 skiers are currently sitting pretty in the in respect to making it through to the finals. Maria Vernikashkaya, Marie Dykes, Elektra Toima, Emily Bittman, Nina Masarok, Beatrice Fiorini, and Unia Boyka. So Maria Vernikashkaya right here, right now. This is 13 meters. And looks like she's good. She was that close to making it all the way through with a buoy count of 3.5, 3.5 there for her on 13 meters, which I believe is enough to take the lead with a good solid score there. Maria Vernikashkaya, we're now down to our last 5. We've secured 7 names through to the next round of the competition. Those I just read out a few moments ago. So now we're moving on from Maria Vernikashkaya to Sofia Solle from Belgium. Okay, we're down to 5 final competitors in Women's U14 Series 1. Our French supporters are getting ready for their skier, but they're a little early because Sofia Solle from Belgium is getting ready to go next. Coming in at 18.25 meters at 52. looking good with the opening pass at 18.25 meters at 52K. Still has got a little ways to go to get anywhere close to halfway down the 13-meter line. All right, here we go now. This here is Sofia Sole. 16 meters coming back now. And is about one pass away from making it through to the next round of the competition, but she's going to have to concentrate hard and run this one. Sofia Sole, wearing bib 80, 27. So there is quite a little bit of a tussle going on with the bottom end of our potential qualifiers, because currently in 9th spot, Irina Stavropoulos is currently in 8th spot. And then we've got two ties for 9th spots between Katarzyna Bernatovic and Avita Diden, both occupying 9th spot with a 2 at 14.25 meters. Here we go. This is Sofia Sole. Looking good here, except for number 2 and getting around number 3, but only just. So it looks like it's 2.5, and that could potentially mean that Irina Stavropoulos has made it through to the finals of the girls under 14 slalom. Celebrations already occurring along the shore side here, but so far as so we now have a new cut line with 2.5. That is Sofia Sole with a 2.5 on the on 14.25 meters. If no one else between here. If there's one skier between now and the end of this slalom event that comes up short of 2.5 on 14, then Sofia Sole advances. And now the cut line is 2.5. Anything above 2.5 qualifies that skier through to the next round. So now moving along now, we've got Julia Lacoureux from France about to take to the water next. So 49K at 16 meters. Approaching the course here and now. 49K, 16 meters. Going with sub-max here on a short line. Little flat into number 2, but making that work for her. Julia Lacroix of France. Getting it done there with 49K on 16 meters, which would be the equivalent of going at 52K at 18.25 meters so far as the buoy counts are concerned. But electing to go at a slightly slower speed on a short line to set her up for 16 meters at 52K for the next run. Skier on the water representing France is Julia Lacroix. All right then, going at 16 meters at 52K. $16 meters at 52K. Round number 4 here. Getting the job done round number 5 and number 6. Skiing all the way through at 16 meters at 52K. All right then, so let's have a quick look at the leaderboard. We have Maria Vernikerskaya with a 3.5 on 13, then Elektra and Toima with a 3, then Emily Bettman on 2, and then we got a 3-way tie for 4th between Unia Boyka, Marie Dex, and Nina Masarok, all of them with 4th. Then we go down to the next outright placement, which is 7th for Beatricia Fiorini. Then Emily, then Irene Stavropoulou is in 8th spot with the final qualifying spot through to the next round of the competition. So, Julia Lacroix, this is 13 meters, and again as far enough down as she needed in order to. That was 14.25 meters, and again as far as she needed to in order to advance through to the next round of the competition. So let's count off the buoys here through the entrance gates and round number 1. Trying to bring that ski hard round, and she needed basically anything more than 2.5. There is the buoy that she wanted. She gets round number 4, and again a little bit pitted out there. That is a 4.5 on 14 there for Julia Lacroix. So still waiting for the. For a potential final round spot to open up there for Sofia Sole. All right, we're down to our last three competitors. Ellie Hansen will be leading off those remaining three, followed by Katrina Wienerreuter and Lara Cosgrove. Skiers from Sweden, Austria, and Great Britain in that order. And here comes the first of them. Here is Ali Hansen from Sweden. Oh, nicely done there. Around these all six buoys. Early pass there for her. So looking very, very precise out there, just controlling her body movements and not doing anything that would compromise her ability to run the slalom course at this speed and at this line length. So now, working her way in towards the course, I believe that this is going to be the 16-meter line. So obviously needing to run this and more than 2.5 in order to advance. And looks like she's well on her way to doing that, folks, getting through the exit gates and continuing to ski and to perform out there. All right then, here is the crunch pass, 14.25 meters. A score of more than 2.5 will see her advance through to the next round. Ali Hansen. There's one, there's number two. Round number 3 almost dipped it there a little bit much off number 3 into number 4, but managing to keep the pace going and to keep her pass of 14.25 meters very much alive here. So now we have 10 skiers through to the next round of the competition. Ali Hansen, Yulia Lakaru, Maria Vernikovskaya, Marie Deeks, Elektra Toima, Emily Bateman, Nina Masarok, Patrizia Fiorini, Irene Stavropoulou, and Unia Boyka. 10 skiers so far. We have room for 2 more to make the full complement of 12 skiers in through the final round. Here we go now. This is Ali Hansen. Getting round the first couple of buoys here and really pulling hard on 13 meters to continue on. And look at this, she's still there. She's still fighting away up until the score of number 4. So 4 on 13 meters is going to go her way. And that being the case, I believe that is enough to take the lead. Taking the lead away from Maria Vernikerskaya, who sits in second place now with 3.5. It also means that Ali Hansen would be, at the very worst, she will be third from last off the dock in the slalom final because she has the lead with 2 skiers remaining. Okay, coming into the course on 16 meters at 52K, this is Katarina Wienerreuter. And getting through 16 without too many problems whatsoever. All right, here we go, folks. Now, Franz at the wheel. And Katarina Wienerreuter has gone through 16 meters. Now she attempts 14.25 meters with the same boat speed as 52. There's one. There's the next. There's the third buoy, which is enough to see her through. She only needed a little more than 2.5, and she's going to go for the full gusto here in getting all 6 buoys on 14.25 meters, having started at 16 meters the pass before. Katarina Wienerreuter of Austria. All right, Katarina Wienerreuter now has gone through 16 and 14. This is now her attempt at 13 meters. No one has made it through this pass yet. Can Katarina be the first one to achieve that distinction? The answer to that question is no. So getting around the first couple of buoys and making contact with number 3. So she'll get 2 buoys for that effort, 2 on 30 meters. But her effort, although a little bit disappointing for Katarina, will be enough to send her through to the next round of the competition, the finals, which will take place later on this weekend during the coverage of the 2026 IWWF E&A Youth Championships. And now we're going to go on to our last competitor. It'll be Lara Cosgrove. So down to our final competitor, Lara Cosgrove, needing to score more than 2.5 in order for her to advance. Two and a half for 14 needed or more for our last skier off the dock to advance through to the next round of the competition. This is Lara Cosgrove. Just trying to ease her way into this run here. A little bit broken over with the shoulders for my liking, but if it works for her, then who am I to argue? So that is Lara Cosgrove, and now we're ready to work the next pass, which I believe is going to be 16 meters coming up next. All these passes being run at 52k, which is the maximum speed for U14 girls. All right, so Lara Cosgrove now. Let's see what she has in her back pocket now. This is 16 meters. Still needing to get on to 14.25 meters to make it through to the next round of the competition, and needing more than 2.5 when she gets there. which she does. She's about ready to attempt a 14.25 meters. All right, then, here we go. Our last skier on the water right now, Lara Cosgrove. If she gets more than 2.5 with this pass, she would be in the girls' U14 slalom final. So here she comes. It's between her and Sofia Solé to determine who makes it through, and it is Lara Cosgrove getting through. 6 buoys on 14.25 meters and continuing to ski. Lara Cosgrove now, if she wants a viable target, then maybe the lead score, which is currently held by Ali Hansen, or with 4 on 30 meters, might be something to shoot for. There are a number of targets between here and through to the lead. There's 3.5 here, and then there's 1.5 there, and 2 there, and 3 over here, and 1.5 over there. So a number of scores that she could definitely take pot shots at. So our final skier in the U14 girls elimination round competition. This now is Lara Cosgrove in the U14s, our last skier. She's already qualified through to the next round by scoring more than 2.5 on 14. There's 1. There's number 2. For 3. She's still there, you know. The round number 4. Keep going, Lara. Round 5, can she make it? Round buoy number 6, and yes, she does! She has the lead, and the lead all the way through to the final round of competition, which will take place over this week, over the remaining portion of this week's competition during the weekend. So Lara Cosgrove has taken a resounding lead. 6 buoys on 13 meters and continuing to ski. So, looking strong and continuing to ski. Here we go, Lara Cosgrove. Entrance, round number 1. This is 12 meters. The only skier that's gone into 12 meters is Lara Cosgrove. Keep going, Lara. Keep going. Round number 3, inside number 4, but halfway down 12 meters is a pretty solid score. 3 on 12 meters. The final score for Lara Cosgrove in the U14 Girls Slalom Elimination Round Series. So as we round off the competition, Lara Cosgrove makes her way back towards the dock. We will read off the leaderboard very, very soon to confirm what I'm telling you right now is that Lara Cosgrove is our lead skier with 3 on 12 meters. A double pump there into number 3 and losing a bit of time after that turn, but managing to get halfway down the run anyway. So that is Lara Cosgrove, and here is your leaderboard. We've got Ali Hansen. We got actually Lara Cosgrove in the lead, followed by Ali Hansen, then Maria Vernikoskaya, Elektra Toima, Emily Bettman, Yunia Boyka, Marie Deeks, Nina Masarok, Katrina Wienerreuter, Julia Lacaro, Beatrice Forini, Arena Stavropoulou, and those are the 12 skiers advancing through to the U14 Girls Slalom Final. All right, we still got some more skiing to come. U17 Girls Tricks Series 3, 2, and 1. We'll have 26 skiers between now and the end of the competition. This is the 2026 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships. When we come back, it's U17 Girls Tricks Series 3 right after this.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, I got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
It's always summer at Shuswap Ski and Board isn't just a slogan. It's been a way of doing business for 30 years. Shuswap Ski and Board keeps more summer gear on hand than any other shop in Canada. More wake surfers, water skis and wakeboards, more wetsuits, ski and board vests, water toys, and tons of pickleball gear too. Not only Canada's best selection, but the guaranteed lowest prices as well. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shuswap Ski and Board online at shuswapsnb.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
Luxury means something different to everyone. A private island, a hidden villa, a journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, we take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
All right there, welcome back as we continue on with live coverage of the 2026 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships. All right then, let's have a look at the slalom leaderboard from our previous event, women's slalom leaderboard. Lara Cosgrove in the U14s taking the number one pole position going into the final round with 3 on 12 meters. Then Ellie Hansen with 4 on 13, 3.5 at 30 meters for Maria Vernikashkaya. And you can see these results by logging into the regular source for results. Just Google IWSF results and it should take you to the link necessary. All right then, this is the U17 girls at series of 3 tricks. 2 Belarusians, 1 Spanish and 3 Finns. Nedzaya Kazovskaya, Kasina Revoltska, Lucia Rodriguez Jimenez, Sandra Leo, Mariala Makinen, and Rosa Niskavara. All right then, no risk for the wicked. We will go on to the U17 girls, series 3. 6 skiers there. A third of them are Belarusians. Half of them are Finns, and the one outlier is our Spaniard. Okay, Nedzaya Kazovskaya from Belarus. Looks like she's about to attempt a step maneuver. Should be a wake line O, which indeed it is. Line back, line front. Wake line back, wake line front, foot in the back binding. Wake back to back, reverse surface back to backs, wake 5 front. Into wrap, wake 5 back. We'll do the ski line back and positional to the front, and just that simple, folks. Not really. It's it does take a while to get these runs and knocked down and done to the point of almost automatic precision. So there we go. That is pass number 1 for Kazatskaya. For Nadzaya Kazovskaya. So Nadzaya Kazovskaya from Belarus. Going through the step moves earlier on in the pass. Then going into the hand tricks, including that wake back-to-back reverse right there. Surface back-to-backs, good spins. Wake 5 front, wake O. Okay, Nadzaya Kazovskaya. We take 12 skiers through to the girls under 17 trick final. All nicely worked the rotation there, but the toe Waco wasn't nearly as balanced as the original surface toe tricks were. Just flew across the wake and just flung that into the air. But we'll get the point score very, very soon. We'll endeavor to get that point score out to you quite soon. This U17 girls tricks event is the last of our event elimination rounds, barring the jump fest, which will take place tomorrow morning and run for pretty much all day. So Ksenia Rivotska from Belarus is on the water now. Okay, looks like she's set for a toe 7 front. Indeed it is. Ksenia Rivotska. Oh, and recovering out of that mistake there as she works away for the toe wake back-to-back and the reverse. Little bit of Houdini action in the 2/3 mark of that run, and she had enough balance and enough poise and enough experience, it would seem, to be able to avoid the fall and continue to ski and produce some more points. I would imagine that the point score is probably not going to take that much of a knock because the toe out and the toe Waco are not the highest point scoring tricks in the run. This is the toe 7 front, which is a 450 point trick right there. Her arms all over the place there, and tried to grab onto the rope as she continued to stabilize herself in the front. Toe wake back-to-back. And here is the reverse. Boom. Managing to escape there with her with the remaining point tricks, her points relatively intact. Ksenia Rivotska, wake line 5 front, line back and line front, foot in the back binding, positional to the back, wake 5 front, positional to the back, wake 5 front, reverse. Here she comes with a wake 5 back, in and out with the 180s. Wake line back to back. Here comes the reverse. Oh, nicely done. The first skier that I've seen in nearly 15 years to be able to do not only the wake line back to back, but also the reverse in the same run. So remarkable skiing there, and proving to us that there is still a place in the sport for line tricks. Grabbing onto the line there and working her way out. She bulked out on doing the 5 back in favor of staying on top of the water. She has a pretty good self-awareness where she is balance-wise and knew that that she could still do the wake line back-to-back. And then look at this. She got launched. Boom! And did the reverse. And how on earth? Wake line back. Wake line front. Just a simple couple of tricks at the end and nailing that run. So there we go. That is some decent skiing there. A little bit of escapology thrown in there for good measure as we line up for our next competitor. It'll be Lucia Rodriguez Jimenez. All right, here we go now. Lucia Rodriguez Jimenez. Trying to throw down a wake trick out there, and unfortunately not coming through as much as she would have liked. So as Lucia Rodriguez Jimenez is being transported towards the opposite side of the opposite end of the lake, we should get a point score for Nadzaya Kazalskaya. As Belarus continues to make an impact upon this competition, I would probably think that they're in the lead right now, not only in the U14s and U17s, but also in the combined Hellenic Trophy team competition that combines the two. Looking at the dockside, the first of our Finnish skiers, Sandra Leal, again ready to go, wearing bib 57. All right, here we go, folks. Coming on in, Lucia Rodriguez Jimenez. Toe back and toe front. Foot out the toe strap. Wake front, wake reverse wake back and reverse wake front, and unfortunately coming up short on the reverse wake front and falling in as a result. So that means that she is done for the day. Okay, coming in for first of 2 22nd passes, Sandra Leal. Okay, Sandra Leal. Keeping the handle down nice and low, especially where it pertains to doing surface spins like a 5-back. And even better still, doing the step maneuvers. And nicely done there for Sandra Leal. All right, then, as Sandra Leal comes into the course, we should see the first of our scores being published very soon. 3,100 points for Nazdaya Kazalskaya. For Nazdaya Kazalskaya, 3,100 points. Sandra Leal, and trying one or two toe tricks, but unfortunately not getting too far with those, I'm afraid. So Sandra Leal is in the water. She'll swim to shore, and we'll leave the stage open for our remaining Finnish skiers in this Series 3 Tricks Elimination round. Tries the reverse toe side slide and just didn't have the balance necessary to do it, so taking the fall. Mariella Mäkinen. Mariella Mäkinen, our second Finnish skier and our second to last competitor in Girls Series 3. All right, moving right along. Mariella Mäkinen from Finland. Going through those spins, the 5 back, and she attempted the 5 front, but she wanted to spin but didn't quite have the necessary momentum to make it happen in one continuous motion. So the trick didn't quite happen the way that she wanted to, and taking the fall as a result. From Finland, this is Mariala Mäkinen.
Okei, eli vastatuuli veskoi. Ollaan vaan.
Okay, Mariala Mäkinen from Finland coming back for 22nd pass. Toe wake back and toe wake front right there in front of us. And just not getting the handle pass either with those surface spins. So she takes the ski off her foot, starts swimming into shore, and we'll leave the way clear for our next competitor, our last competitor in girls at Series 3 tricks, Rosa Niskavaara. Rosa Niskavaara from Finland is coming up next. All right, so Rosa Niskavaara setting herself up well here for handle tricks to get things up and running there for her. This is Series 3 tricks. Wake front, surface backs and fronts. Surface back to back there. A reverse wake back to back, and unfortunately tending to throw that trick rather than pull away up towards the wake, and then twisting again for the remaining part of the trick. Just misaligned herself with her axis and the ski. And now getting ready for a second and final 20-second pass. From Finland, it will be Rosa Niskavaara. Okay, looks like another score has been published, and it is under review. 5,210 for Sanaya Rivotska, and 910 points for Lucia Rodriguez Jimenez. 910. So out in the lead right now is Sanaya Rivotska, I should say, ahead of Nadzia Kazalskaya, who's in second place with 3,100 points. And in third place right now is Lucia Rodriguez Jimenez. But we are on our last skier in the Series 3 Tricks event. Toe side and toe side reverse. Reverse toe back. Toe wake back, just holding everything there. Oh, and you were almost expected to see that kind of fall there as she came into the wake, just absolutely launched herself, and there was no way she was going to get out of that soup unless she had severe knee bend and ankle bend to take the shock out of the amount of altitude that she got from that move. That is Rosa Niskavaara putting an end to the tricking in Series 3. We will have 9 more skiers to go out of Series 2, and then another 10 beyond that to complete the entirety of the U17 Girls Elimination Series. So still waiting on the scores from our Finnish competitors. Sandra Leal, Mariana Mäkinen, and Rosa Niskavaara. We will go on to Series 2. Our first competitor there will be Myla Roberts.
We are switching, so you're going down to the drone.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
I've been keeping the umbrella like this to try and keep the sun off the camera.
Yeah.
It's overheating a little bit.
Okay, I keep this channel 1, right?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Okay, looks like we got a little bit of a delay being present right now. Not too sure why, but I think it's probably due to some passes needing to be reviewed and go from there. In particular, the score of 52-10 by Sanaya Revutska, and while they continue on with their with the official stuff, we'll step aside and take a quick break. When we return, we'll continue on trekking.
At Dana Marine, we make complex maritime operations safer, smarter, and more resilient. From marine assurance and emissions compliance to professional training and operational risk management, we combine engineering expertise, digital innovation, and global experience. Dana Marine.
All right, then, we're continuing on into under 17 girls Series 2 tricks. We'll have a look at the running order in just a moment, but we're bringing in our first competitor in this series, Myla Roberts from Great Britain. Boat starts to straighten out. There's the Waco. Positional to the back, another positional there, and continuing on with the remaining tricks. Surface back-to-backs. There's the wake back-to-back and the reverse. Surface 5 back, surface 5 front. Oh, nicely performed all the way through. And that is Myla Roberts from Great Britain getting through all of the tricks that she wanted to on pass number 1. Just looking at these tricks once again. It's got a solid little sequence here. Surface 5 back, surface 5 front. And just managing to tighten up the line at the right time and be able to escape the fall that she would have taken had she have not personally intervened. So that is Myla Roberts. Now the boat's settling in. Straight path once again. Toe tricks there for Myla Roberts. Looks like it's going to be either a toe O or a toe 5 back. Looks like it's going to be the former rather than the latter, with the toe wake back and toe wake front. Toe back and toe front for Myla Roberts. Toe sides, regular and reverse. Reverse toe back. All right there, getting the job done there with the tricks that she had at her disposal. So just as a reminder, there are 12 skiers making it through to the next round of the competition, which would mean that the top 2 scores, by the time we hit the end, the remaining 2 skiers of the Series 2 tricks, which is where we're at right now, whoever's in the lead and whoever's in runner-up will be granted a spot through to the next round of the competition. So Myla Roberts. Toe wake front. Toe back and toe front. Just losing a little of her balance as she works her way through the toe sides towards the end, and realizing that 20 seconds, by the time that she got to that point, the 20 seconds would have expired. So there you go. That is Myla Roberts, our next competitor to take to the water from Sweden. Kajsa Anastrom. Kajsa Anastrom right now is on the is rocking and rolling here, getting ready to go through these tricks that she has planned for herself. There's the back and the front, back and front. Surface 5 back, surface back to backs, surface 5 front, surface O, wake back and wake back to back reverse. So steady as she goes there. That is Kajsa Anastrom from Sweden, getting through the tricks that she had planned out for herself on pass number 1. Kajsa Anastrom wearing bib 118, but keeping control of the handle for much of this effort, and that certainly helps her going along. And as we look at the end of the replay on pass number 1, which includes the wake back to back, here she comes with pass number 2 with toe tricks. Watching live pictures now. Toe side and toe side reverse, toe back and toe front. Reverse toe back, and slips in to a toe back to back and catching the table a little bit there as she worked to recover. That's Kajsa Anastrom from Sweden, our second person out in the U17 Girls Series 2 Tricks event. Okay, so Kajsa Anastrom ends off her tricking effort as we look towards Evie Tierlink from Belgium for some trick skiing entertainment. Evie Tierlink from Belgium, our third skier off the dock in U17 Series 2 Girls tricks event. Okay, so Evie Tierlink from Belgium. Wake back to back reverse. Spinning here and there and everywhere. There's line back and line front. Yeah, stands up all the way through. Giving herself a pretty decent chance of getting some good points in her under her belt with the effort there that she put in on pass number 1 of 2. So coming to us out of Belgium, it's Evie Tierlink. Okay, looks like we got some scores that have just been published, at least those from Series 3 tricks. We got Sandra Leal. Okay, so currently in the lead is Sanaya Ravotska from Belarus with a 47.90. That went under review and was found that the initial score of 52.10 was incorrect. Going in for the Toho wrapping, but not coming out completely stable on the other side. So as I was mentioning with the point scores that we have available, we have Sanaya Ravotska from Belarus with 47.90, Nadia Kezolskaya with 3,100. Then you work your way down this list and see some skiers that are just completed their runs in Series 2, like Maya Roberts with 1870, 1,870. Then Rosa Niskvara, currently in 4th place with 1470. Then Sandra Leal with 1,330 points. Mariala Makinen with 1,320 points, and Lucia Rodriguez Jimenez with 910. All right, the skier now on the water is Magdalena Falla. We're almost halfway down this list. We are on skier number 4 out of 9. Preparing for the toe wake back-to-back, well held there, toe wake front, toe side and toe side reverse, toe into wrap there, and unfortunately unable to get out of that that particular move. Magdalena Falla, who I believe was one of the first people out of contention with the U17 girls slalom finalist. Okay, so let's have a look at the leaderboard now. That's the leaderboard from our previous event, and we'll get that updated for you. U17 girls Series 2 we're on right now, and still out in the lead is Sanaya Ravotska with a point score of a 47.90. That was amended from 52.10 earlier. So 47.90 there in the lead. Kezolskaya in second place with 3,100, and none of the remaining scores that we see on that list so far are within 1,000 points of those two individuals. So as long as they keep the lead and the runner-up spot for the next 4 or 5 competitors, then our Belarusian pair, and not for the first time, would make it through to the next round of the competition. So there we go. That's the leaderboard for U17 girls tricks. Skier on the water is Magdalena Falla. Wake back-to-back, surface back-to-backs, 5 front, wake front, wake back. Oh no, doesn't go for the wake back, goes for the wake-o. There's the line tricks. Wake line front. Tries to get the foot in the back binding, but not in time to do any of the remaining tricks that she had planned beyond that point. So there we go. That is Magdalena Falla from Austria. Next competitor up from Greece is Sofia Sigala. All right, skier number 7 with the number 7 bib, I should say. Skier number 5 on this list of Series 2 under 17 girls tricks is Sofia Sigala from Greece. So Sofia Sigala. Waiting for the first trick to happen. There's the positional back and the front and back here. Wake back to back, there's his reverse. Wake back, wake front. Surface O, surface 5 back. Line back, line front. Yen stands up all the way. That is Sofia Sigala. Working up a storm there with the opening pass. So Sofia Sigala, the skier that we're looking at right now with the instant replays, Magdalena Falla. She tricked well with the line tricks towards the end of pass number 2. But now let's return to live pictures if we can with Sofia Sigala. Okay, Sofia Sigala coming back in with pass number 2. Toe 5 back, keeping the pace pretty consistent here. Toe wake back, toe wake front. Toe side and toe side reverse. Yeah, there you go. That is Sofia Sigala. 2 stand-up runs there for her, and no worries at all there for Sofia Sigala from Greece. We'll keep an eye on the point scores as they come through. All right, then. So we've got some point scores coming through. 22.90, 22.90 for Kenzie Anastrom. And Evie Tierlink with 2,910 points. That puts her in 3rd. And And the nearest that we've seen to touch in the Belarusians is that score of 29-10 from our Belgian competitor Evie Tierlink, as we now work our way to Aneta Nakasova from the Czech Republic, otherwise known as Czechia. So, setting ourselves up well. Wake line O, wake line back, line front, line back, wake line front. Wake backs and wake fronts along with their reverses, a couple of sides at the end very quickly. Very well performed there from Aneta Nakasova. Trying to get as many point scores published as possible here. So we've got 9 scores that have been published already. Still waiting on the score for Magdalena Faller. Getting set in for the toe pass. This is Aneta Nakasova or Nekasova. Toe O and toe wake back and toe wake front. Toe side reverse, toe back, toe front. Reverse toe back, reverse toe front, and we're now going to the positional for a toe back-to-backs in the middle of the wake. Yes, and she nails that one. She's enjoying the heck out of that experience, I can tell you. Aneta Nekasova from Czechia brings us down to our last 3 competitors in the Girls Series 2 tricking competition. Next skier up is going to be Great Britain's Willow Skipsey. Okay, so just working to get you some more points. We've got 9 sets of points already. Everywhere from Lucia Rodriguez Jimenez's score of 910 all the way up to the current lead total of 4790, which is the total for Sinaya Rivotska. It was originally into the 5,000 point range. It was originally 52.10, but the judges took a second look at it and identified a trick or two that was not within time or improperly performed. But it's not really going to make an awful lot of difference unless between Willow Skipsey, Stelani Zisapalo, and Rosa Jelenek that they conjure up totals in excess of, say, 47.90 or 3,010. Here comes Willow Skipsey. Waco to start. Positional to the back, wake front. Positional to the back, wake front, reverse. Wake back to back, and it's reverse. Surface 7. Yes! Not exactly a high explosive run, but she'll take the stand up any day of the week. Looks like we got some more tricks coming through. The next trick score that is being revealed to me is Magdalena Falla with a 28.60, and then there is one other from Greece's 27 for our skier from Greece, Sofia Sigala, with 27.50. So Magdalena Falla currently in 4th spot, and Sofia Sigala with her score from Greece currently in 5th spot right now. Still looking pretty good for our 2 Belarusian athletes. Willow Skipsey. Toe 5 back, toe back to back, toe back to back, reverse. And toe 180s forward and back. Toe wake back to back. Toe wake back and toe wake front. Yeah, there you go. 2 stand-up runs there for Willow Skipsey. Yep, you hit it right on the nose there, Ben. Ben Turp, the GBT manager, and in the towboat for Willow Skipsey's 2 20-second runs, standing up on both. So we're just waiting on the totals for a number of skiers. We got Aneta Nakasova from the Czechia and Willow Skipsey are the 2 outstanding scores. So looking towards the end of that performance, and not looking at all bad there for Willow Skipsey. She may not have an awful lot of firepower so far as tricking is concerned, but she uses what she has to great effect. And we'll have a look at her point score very soon. So now getting ready for pass number 1, Stelani Zisopoulou from Greece. Stelani Zisopoulou of Greece. Here she comes, Waco for starters. Wake back-to-back, wake back-to-back, reverse. Surface back-to-backs, surface 7 back. Wake line back, line front, line back. Was thinking about spinning towards the front into a standing leg to wrap up for a wake line O, but more conservative minds had the final say in that decision. So Stelani Zisopoulou. Staliani Zisopoulou from Greece. Looking at her run again. And there she goes in for that line trick. Just being patient there as she rises towards the top and lets the ski catch the air first, and then she goes for the rotation, which she did. And with Tanguy Benet, the Greek team coach, overseeing one of his students, Stelani Zisopoulou. Okay, so if Stelani Zisopoulou does not trick over 47.90, then our first finalist is going to be Sinaya Ravotska from Belarus. Okay, getting the tricks set up there for pass number 2, Stelani Zisopoulou. And looking a little bit wayward with some of these moves, including the surface toe back-to-back, and just has to go past those and go on to the tricks in the remaining portion of the run. Toe wake back-to-back, and got launched on that one. It launched her rather than she launching off it. But a well-deserved round of applause there from the Greek fan base here that have been with their skiers from day one. So just getting a little bit deep there with the toe wake back-to-back, and a little bit annoyed with herself on that one. Looks like we got another point score coming through, and it is courtesy of Anita Nakasova. It is 3,020 points. 3,020 points. So now Stelani Zisapalu has returned to the shore side and leaves the way clear for Rosa Jelenik for Austria. Toe wake back to back. Here's the toe wake front, toe wake back, toe front, toe wake back or reverse, toe 5 front, toe out. And like what I'm seeing there, a few developmental tricks there that she will improve upon with execution and incorporate into her into a big run eventually. But that is Rosa Jelenik. So just waiting on the score for Willow Skipsey and Stelani Zisapalu. And indeed, eventually the score should come through totally for Rosa Jelenik of Austria. All right, here she comes. This is Rosa Jelenik. Second pass of tricks. Wake lines and surface step moves there. Okay, up in the boat speed now for the back flip. And unfortunately unable to land it and ride away on it, but a good attempt anyway. That's Rosa Jelenik. And I'm going to put my neck out on the line and say that the top 2 scorers by the end of Series 2 are going to be belonging to the Belarusian girls by the time that all is said and done with Series 2 tricks. So I'm going to put a faint dot next to each of their names and would suggest that that those competitors are between them the top tricker and the runner-up. And with 10 trickers to go and 12 making it through to next round, it's pretty academic, the reason for doing that. So Nadzaya Kazalskaya and Sanaya Ravotska are all but certain of being participants in the U14, in the U17 girls tricking final. As we now get ready to bring on the 10 best scorers in the U17 girls. Okay, so we got the leaderboard up there. The top 2, consider those ladies in the lead and in the runner-up position by the time that that Series 2 ends. So moving right ahead with our girls Series 1 tricks. I think there's a delay so that the boat can be refueled if I'm not mistaken. They're going under video review at the moment, which is why the delay is there as we go on with Ella Farova as our first skier out in Series 1 tricks. Looks like we're still delaying before we bring on our the first of our remaining 10 skiers. So just waiting on some trick scores. The trick scores of Willow Skipsey, Stelani, Zisapolu, and Rosa Jelenik. I think we're reviewing some video concerning the scores for each of those competitors, and then once we have a resolution with all three, then we will continue on with the event into the U17 Series 1 Girls Tricking Elimination Round. All right there, so we continue on with U17 Girls Series 1 Tricks Elimination Round action. And we got Ella Farova from Czechia And looks like we have got a score that's just come through and needing a video review. It is 31-40 by Willow Skipsey. So looking at this there for Ella Fedorova. So the latest score from Willow Skipsey that's just come through is 31-40. That would put Willow Skipsey in the second place position. So looking good with some of these moves here for Ella Fedorova from Czechia. Aside from that move, trying a variation on a surface, a spin there. This is the International Water Skiing Wakeboard Federation's Europe and Africa Youth Championships. So glad that you've taken some time out of your busy day and schedule to join us live, coming to you from Agrinio in Greece. Looking over at the starting dock, we're getting ready to bring in Maya Leonhardt into the course after the completion of Ella Fedorova's effort out there on the water. Okay, so we got a point score for Stilani Zisapolu, 27-10, 27-10. That means whoever's in the lead has a pathway through to the next round of the competition for certain. All right, they're getting through that toe pass. Yeah, and much to the delight of Czechia, a teammate, along the shoreline, waving their flag, and they're getting behind their skier. Wonderful stuff there. We just heard a point score come through for Stilani Zisapolu, with one more skier to one more set of scores to come through, courtesy of Rosa Jelenek, thus ensuring that the Kasina or Sanaya Ravotska advances through to the next round of the competition. So going for toe side slides, and wow, remarkable amount of balance necessary to get out of that soup there for Ella Fedorova from Czechia, and we're almost ready to go with our next competitor. It should be Maya Leonhardt. skiing behind the Nautique towboat and bringing her talent in towards the course now. This is Maya Leonhardt. Almost being completely silhouetted out by the backlit sun coming in from the west. Ski line back there and working her way through each of these runs. Wake back to back, surface back to back. Surface O into wrap. Wake 5 back. That's a rather new development within the last few weeks. Her ability to be able to do the Wake 5 back is certainly there and safely enough incorporated into her run. So there is your current leaderboard: Rivotska, Skipsy, Kezelskaya, and the rest as our good friend there, Beta Gali, looks on and gets ready to welcome in Scarlett Graham, who is our third skier off the dock in Under 17 Girls Series 1. So a good look at those tricks towards the end there. So no change in the scores for any of the most recent competitors coming through. We're waiting on the score for Rosa Jelenek. So looking at the leaderboard right now, it's getting rather tight towards the top there. We know for certain that with one score yet to come in from Series 2 Girls Tricks, Rosa Jelenek, that our top score is currently the only one that's guaranteed a spot through to the next round. Toe wake back to back, toe wake front, toe wake back, toe wake back, reverse, side slides, or actually just one slide slide. And Maya Leonhardt from Germany gets it done. And I'm sure that her coach over in Jolly Ski in San Gervasio Bresciano in northern Italy is going to be especially gratified that she's made it through on both her 22nd passes, not just one but both of them. Looking good for the most part here. Good array of tricks there and well sequenced out. A lot of time was spent getting these passes worked over and getting them dialed in. Toe side and not attempting the reverse, but going straight in with the toe O into wrap there. Almost losing some balance out of the back, but not enough to cause her to fall. But that is Maya Leonhardt as our next skier prepares to get ready. It is Scarlett Graham from Italia. All right, now we've got Scarlett Graham from Italia. No new trick scores have come in as of late, as we bring on a Scarlett Graham coming into the course. Wake line O, wake line back, line front, line back, wake line front, foot in the back binding. The boat speed now being jacked up in preparation for the next set of moves, which includes the backflip coming up, nailing that one, 500 points there, and only has one backflip to work with, and 500 points is 500 points, so she's definitely not going to look a gift horse in the mouth there. Nice little step sequence there, and edging from one trick to the next. Well executed towards the end, including the surface O spins at the very end to pile on some more points. So there, that is our current skier, Scarlett Graham. So it looks like we got a score of 3,290 points, 3,290. And that score by itself puts Rosa Jelenik through to the next round of the competition. Only one Belarusian as a confirmed spot through to the next round. So Scarlett Graham toe 5 front, toe out, toe O in, toe Waco, all getting the lift, but not just quite the balance there on the on that toe Waco, catching a little bit more of the downslope than she really wanted to have under a foot. Scarlett Graham working from one trick to the next. Yeah, just caught the wake a little bit unawares and was unable to ski a way out of that one, that Scarlett Graham. So with 10 scores, yet to be received, those 10 scores, which is basically every single one in U17 girls. It currently means that the two top scores have a passage through to the next round. That's Sinaya Rivotska, and currently in second spot with 32.90 is Rosa Jelenik. Now the next person that could potentially qualify is Willow Skipsey, because she tricked 31.40 for third so far. And then we go back to the Belarusian, Nadzaya Keselskaya, who tricked 3,100 and is currently in fourth spot at the moment. skier on the water right now is Yezvalita Nihotskaya. Wake back. Wake 5 back. And some back-to-backs in the middle of the wake there. Wake line back-to-back. And it's reverse. Wow, I haven't seen that sequence in a while. I saw it a little bit earlier on this afternoon in this very event in the U17 Girls Trick Series 3. Sanaya Revotska produced not one but 2 wake line back-to-backs, the regular and its reverse. And before then, it was several years since I last saw that those two trick sequence, and now I've had the privilege of being able to see it again in the same tricking competition, and even in the same round. So continuing on. There, the wake line back-to-back reverse, dipping her toe. That's one of the elements that needs to be adhered to whenever you do a wake line back-to-back reverse. That the stepping foot has to make contact with the water. And Ella Ferova scores just a little over 2,100 points. 29.10, the 2,910, and Yezvalita Nihotskaya. Toe out, toe in, toe Waco. There you go, fantastic skiing there, bouncing from trick to trick and doing it with such precision, and looking up at the drone and just turning around and giving it a nice little wave. How sweet. So Yezvalita Nihotskaya has probably tricked her way into the final, but so too has Willow Skipsey, because her provisional point score of 31.40 is good enough for third, and we have 9 scores remaining to be obtained. Included in that batch is Maya Leonhardt and Scarlett Graham. Once we know those 2 scores, then we'll have a better idea of who would be allocated a U17 girls tricking final status. So just waiting here for our next skier to go. It will be Nina Torrens of Switzerland. Nina Torrens of Switzerland now. We're going to see what Maya Leonhardt has scored in just a few moments as we try to get as many of the points as possible through. And then there's always that 30-minute review period that takes place after the final trick. Once the trick sheets are public, have been released to their coach and to their skier. Then it goes through the inspection period of time, which is half an hour, to see if there are any discrepancies. And then from there, and after that 30-minute period of review time, then they become official. Nina Torrens of Switzerland. Wake 5 front. Wake 5 front reverse, Wake 5 back. Nina Torrens. Yeah, dancing around towards the end and popping those 2 side slides, 1 in each direction. So Nina Torrens very well worked out with that first of 2 20-second runs. So waiting on Maya Leonhardt's score, and this could really shake things up here. Waiting on that score to come through. I predict it's probably going to be north of about 3, maybe 4,000 points, judging by what I saw with her tricking. So just waiting on the second pass now. The second pass for Nina Torrens. Here comes Nina. Toe wake back to back. Working her way through each of these tricks one at a time. She can't afford to rush too much into these. Toe wake toe wake back, front, side. Yes, she's enjoying that one too. That is Nina Torrens, and as our drone pilot follows her back to the start dock. And we've got 32.20 for Maya Leonhardt, 32.20. 32.20. Now, at this rate, it could mean that that maybe one of the Belarusians may be pushed out of a potential final spot, because 32.20 for Maya Leonhardt is the first of our scores from the Series 1 to qualify for the for final round participation. 32.70. That's only 20 points behind Rosa Jelenek, and she has qualified through to the final. So we're working on getting 8 more scores. We have 4 that are enough to make it through to the next round of the competition. We have 4 of those. We have Maya Leonhardt, we have Rosa Jelenek, we have Willow Skipsey, and of course we have Sanaya Ravotska, as we look at the tail end of that effort there for Nina Torrens, and seeing if she can make a bit of a name for herself in this competition. Skier on the water. This is Sofia Schuster of Slovakia. As the sun begins to dip in the west, we're trying to get these trick performances taken care of before the sun finally sets. Sophia Schuster. I don't know how much daylight that we have, but that sun is starting to look awful low. Toe wake front, toe 5 front, and almost completely losing her balance there. And losing it completely there. Going in for a toe wrapping and trying to grab the rope in order to spin for a toe Waco, and getting a dance groove on there. With bib number 70 is Maëlys Laforestier, who will be our next skier to take to the water now. This era here, which you will find towards the end of the tow pass, could really upset the balance with her tricks, because of the point score that she needs in order to make it through to the next round of the competition. Needing a score of excess of 3,100 points to make it through to the next round of the competition. That's what my assessment is. So Maya Leonhardt currently in fourth spot now with 32.20. Rosa Jelenek with 32.90, just marginally above her. Willow Skipsey on 31.40. She moves down from where she was to fifth. Oh, it looks like we got a score coming through. A score coming through for Scarlett Graham. It's going to be a big score. So Sophia Schuster now keeping the flow going here with the remaining tricks on pass number 2. Oh, and just not looking her best out there. That is Sophia Schuster. So we've got Maya Leonhardt. We've already gotten this score of a 32.20, but here's the latest score that's just come through. It'll be for Scarlett Graham. Scarlett Graham has tricked north of 3,500, but how far north could it well be timed with one of the other scores? As we look at the tail end of this effort here for Sophie Schuster. Okay, getting ready to go is Maëlys Laforestier. Now, we've had a recent score come through from Ella Farova of 29.10, which is significant because she is currently tying in the 7th spot with Evie Tierlich. Now, both of those competitors are on the outside looking in regards to making it through to the final. And it could only take a sequence of subpar performances to maybe put those into a multiple way tied situation and may result in a trick off, but who knows at this stage. It's very, very heavy speculation in that regard, as we see Maëlys Laforestier come into the course. Our 4 from last year looks like it is going to be a Waco for starters, a ski line back, wake back-to-backs, activating boost for the backflip, nails the first one, here's the second, Surface O reverse. And I like the look of that run there. Packed with some tricks there, and not too much in the way of high energy spins, but she certainly performs well. And her father is in the towboat, Nicolas Laforestier, former world champion, former multiple-time world trick record holder. Okay, so So we just saw that score of a Scarlett Graham with a 35.40, and that puts her in second spot right now. And now there's a score potentially that's going to go north of 5,000, and that is going to upset the apple cart some. $52.10 from our last Belarusian athlete. $52.10 for Yezvalita Nihotskaya. $52.10. So now we have 7 skiers making it through to the next round of the competition. Still waiting on some scores though. Nina Torrens, Sophia Schuster, and of course Maëlys Laforestier. But the 5 skiers that we anticipate making it through are Willow Skipsey, Rosa Jelenek, Maya Leonhardt, Scarlett Graham, and Yezvalita Nihotskaya, as well as Sanaya Ravotska, who's still among the top 3 right now, but has seen her lead being relinquished in the favor of a fellow Belarusian athlete, Yezvalita Nihotskaya. So 6 scores are remaining to be released. 1 in the clubhouse, 1 on the water, and the remaining 4 yet to ski. Reverse toe wake back and toe front. Oh, look at that. Beautifully spun there with the toe into the wrap there. And she enjoys that one too. And solid skiing all the way through there for Maëlys Laforestier. Working her way back to the dock, and she'll enjoy this, and no 2 ways about it. 2 stand-up runs, and could well have secured herself a spot through to the next round of the competition. Still waiting in the wings to find out if her score of 3,100 points is enough to make it through to the next round. Nadzhaya Keselskaya with 3,100 points. For a short amount of time, it looked like that score of 3,100 points may have been enough for Nadzhaya Keselskaya, but enough points and enough and plenty of skiers have come and gone, and now that is almost no longer the case. So her score though is the target. Anything more than that will ensure that that skier through to the next round, as we see Maëlys Laforestier on instant replay and going from strength to strength. All right, now we're going on to our final 3 competitors. Melitine Morel will be our lead-off skier in that section, followed by Izzy Cosgrove and Maria Popova. Looks like we're taking a little bit of a delay. It shouldn't be that long before we send out Melody Morel out on the water. Looks like it's going to be toe tricks for the first pass. How can I tell? Well, there's no back binding on that ski. And the handle is incredibly small as well. Two pretty basic clues. All right, here we go. This is Melody Morel. Looks like the officials haven't given her the green light quite yet, although she's chomping at the bit, getting ready to ski. She's got that foot in the boot. It's probably clamping down on her foot right now as the wind continues to pick up now. Now she's electing to go with the headwind for the toe pass, and that wind is only getting stronger. So she has any second thoughts as to which pass that she wants to go in with.